says win the Nobel Prize on here on Outlook. That's the only thing it says. It says win the Nobel Prize 11/17/2013. Oh wow, that was from a long time ago. Release album 11/17/2013. Yeah, man, I want to win the Nobel Prize for some electrogravitic UFO stuff or something. I don't know. Or like super luminal faster than light travel or something. Yeah. That was like 10 years ago. I wrote it down even. NATO launches an assassination attempt against Putin. Jeez, man. People going crazy, man.
Who actively work to undermine our God-given freedom.
Zelensky flees to Finland.
Step outside and go on a spacewalk.
Activation for 5.
Today's spacewalk is part 2 in a series of 3 spacewalks to outfit the Nauka module. On April 18th, spacewalkers Dmitry Petelin and Sergei Prokopyev kicked off the series by performing a 7-hour, 55-minute spacewalk to assist in the movement of a radiator.
0.35.
The radiator was originally housed on the Rossviet module on the Earth-facing side of the space station, and the spacewalkers prepared the radiator so it could be moved by the European robotic arm over to Nauka and installed there.
And after that,
They accomplished the move with the help of cosmonaut Andrei Fajayev at the controls of the robotic arm inside the space station. And while the radiator is installed now, it won't be filled with coolant and powered on until the 3rd spacewalk of the series on May 12th. So today we're on part 2. So today's objective is to move a second element from Rossviet to Nauka. It's an experiment airlock. So an airlock is a room with an exterior door that opens into the vacuum of space. So you might hear about airlocks a lot in the context of a spacewalk. The spacewalkers are stationed in the airlock until they open the door to exit the space station. Petelin and Prokopyev are in the Poisk airlock right now, which is what you're looking at on your screen, and they're getting ready to go out. However, today we're talking about an experiment airlock. No human beings will ever exit the space station from this particular experiment airlock, but scientific experiments will. The astronauts can load scientific research onto a platform and expose them to the vacuum of space. If you're familiar, it's similar to another part of the International Space Station called the Japanese Experiment Module, or KIBO.
yes, we confirm EV1 injector, EV2 injector, and KSD SO open. That is correct. And now,
So to recap, Tuesday, April 18th was the first spacewalk of the series, kicked off to move the radiator from Rossviet to Nauka. And today's spacewalk plans to move an experiment airlock from Rossviet to Nauka. And the 3rd in the series is scheduled for May 12th to get the radiator activated through its mechanical, electrical, and hydraulic connections.
for 5 minutes. And we confirm we have 4:30 left on mine and the same on mine. Copy. The excessive pressure is 0.3 and 0.3 for me as well.
The voices that you're hearing right now are of an interpreter who is translating Russian to English, the voices of the spacewalkers, and also that of mission control in Moscow. The numbers that they're going over is the depressurization. They're talking in millimeters of mercury. So you may be familiar with PSI. When you're talking about pressure, they use millimeters of mercury, and they're working to get down to vacuum to be able to open the hatch and get out the door. sound that you're hearing right now.
Okay, and you?
2:45.
2:45.
Хорошо.
Okay.
И следующая реперная точка после включения инжектора.
After injector
У вас каждому придет сообщение.
deactivation, each of you will have a message that
поставить от рва от этого кабеля. По мере
the will need to be full open EVA, and when the message comes on, let us know. Copy, I have 240.
While Prokopyev and Patelin are our spacewalkers today, they're also assisted by cosmonaut Andrei Fedyaev inside the International Space Station's Zvezda module, assisting our spacewalkers. He's at the controls of the European Robotic Arm, or ERA, and will drive the experiment lock over to Nauka. The European robotic arm is 36 feet long and serves as the main manipulator on the Russian segment. It launched along with Nauka, the Nauka module itself, aboard a Proton rocket in 2021. As for the U.S. crew, they're asleep or getting ready to be asleep and will remain so for the majority of today's spacewalk. Before we went on air today, the spacewalkers participated in what's known as a pre-breathe exercise, essentially purging their bodies of nitrogen with some light exercise to avoid decompression sickness. This is something that scuba divers have to be careful of as well. And this is a Russian spacewalk, so again, instead of using PSI, we'll be using millimeters of mercury. And those are the numbers that you'll be hearing called out. That pre-breathe happened before we went on air today, and I think the pre-breathing procedures are just about complete. They're inside the Poisk airlock. They're bringing the airlock down to 12 millimeters of mercury, or 0.2 psi, and we'll do a leak check. If all looks good, they'll continue down to vacuum.
120.
Хорошо.
Copy.
По дисплеям сколько на инжекторах еще остается?
And on the display, how much is remaining on the injector? 15 seconds.
Принято. Когда 5-минутный счетчик закончится?
The official start time of the spacewalk is when the hatch opens. This is different from a U.S. spacewalk where they begin their spacewalks when the spacesuits are switched over to battery power.
Проверить фиксированное положение в включенном состоянии и отсутствие сигнализации по включенному инжектору на врезе на светодиодах.
Check injectors and diodes for alarms. I have 90.
Хорошо.
Good.
Есть сообщение при давлении.
It's 22 millimeters EV open on the second suit message copy.
В первом пока нет. Так, давление 70.
The pressure is 73.
А по УДСК какое текущее давление сейчас?
And Odesca, what does the current pressure show? 0.37 on both.
Хорошо.
Copy.
So as they work to get that pressure down to about 0.2 psi, let's go over some of the tasks of the day. The overall goal, of course, is to get the experiment lock onto the Nauka module after its robotic movement from Rassvet to Nauka. Here's a step-by-step look at how they're going to do that. After exiting the airlock, Prokopyev and Patelin will make their way over to the Rassvet module to find the attached experiment airlock. They'll disconnect the assembly interface cables, basically unplugging it from Rassvet, remove its protective thermal covers, and undo the launch locks on Rassvet. Then Andrei Fedyaev at the controls of the European robotic arm, ERA, will move the experiment airlock over to Nauka while Petelin and Prokopiev monitor, and then move over to Nauka themselves. If time permits, and it looks like we may be able to do that today, they'll go ahead and mate the cable connections between the two, and we'll finish off the day by jettisoning some trash items away.
40. On the first process, EVA open.
Да, хорошо.
Copy.
Подойдем к 20 миллиметрам, можно будет...
When you're at 20 millimeters, you can put it to open EVA.
Here you're getting a view of Mission Control Moscow on the outskirts of the neighborhood of Moscow. We're getting a balcony view here live as the spacewalkers prepare to get out the door.
Inaudible.
Перерывчик небольшой.
Выход LOS, please repeat.
30 миллиметров.
30 millimeters.
Что?
Good.
Что?
We're back now with live views of the Poisk module on the Russian segment outside of the International Space Station. We're getting ready for the official start of the spacewalk. When a Russian EVA begins, that is when the hatch opens. This is different from a US EVA when the spacesuits are switched on to battery power. That's when we consider the start of an EVA. But in this case, today we have a Russian spacewalk, and that begins when the hatch opens. Until we get to that point, our spacewalkers, Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin, are working on depressurization to be able to open that hatch. And in the meantime, let's take a closer look to get a better idea of what some of the tasks are today.
Russian Spacewalk 57 will be conducted by Sergei Prokopiev, EV-1 in the red stripes, and Dmitry Petelin, EV-2 in the blue stripes. Andrei Fedyaev will assist as SUDIV and European Robotic Arm, ERA, operator. To start the spacewalk, crew will egress the Poisk airlock, turn on the helmet video and lights, then begin translation to Strela 2, a telescopic pole that can be used as a crane to move crew and equipment around. Sergei and Dmitry will translate station forward via Strela 2 until they reach the Zarya module. From there, they'll move Nader onto the Rosyet module to the airlock. At the worksite, crew will reconfigure connectors and cables between the airlock and the Zarya module. Sergei will then remove the multi-layer insulation cover on the airlock and inspect the mating surface. Meanwhile, Dmitry will remove a protective cover. Crew will then work together to release launch locks on the nadir and zenith sides of the airlock. ERA will then release the airlock from the Zarya module and relocate it to the Nauka module. The EV crew will remove additional pieces of equipment, close MLI flaps, and set up the bundle for jettison. EV-1 and EV-2 then translate back station aft along Strela 2 to the Poisk airlock with the jettison bundle. Dmitry stows the jettison bundle on Strela 1, while Sergei retrieves a cable for the airlock and Nauka module connections. Once equipment stowage and retrieval is complete, crew will use Strela 1 to translate Station Nadir to the Nauka module. They'll set up at the airlock install worksite and coordinate with IRA to berth the airlock to Zarya. EV1 and EV2 will retrieve the cable and mate the connections from the new airlock to the Zarya panel. Once complete, they'll translate back to the Poisk airlock via Strela 1. Dmitry will retrieve the jettison bundle and ingress the operator's post of Strela 1. Dmitry will then jettison the bundle station aft. Crew will meet back up at the Poisk airlock, where they'll perform a tool inventory, inspect each other's suits, ingress, and close the hatch, ending Russian EVA 57.
We're back now with live views of the Poisk module on the International Space Station. Depressurization is complete. They're doing a final leak check on their Orlan spacesuits just to make sure everything is good before they get out the door. And then they'll open the hatch, which will mark the official start time of the spacewalk today.
Тим, но у нас пока идет контроль герметичности, можешь потихонечку фрагмент 7
While we are doing leak check,
подготовить переход на автономное питание скафандра.
you can prepare step 11 for preparing suits for standalone mode. Yes, I do have the page open.
Какое текущее давление по мановакуометру? У нас 4 минуты контроля.
We have 4 minutes already. What's the current pressure? 10 millimeters.
The spacewalkers are 2 minutes into their 5-minute planned leak check. We're back with views of Mission Control Moscow. So when we're talking about a U.S. spacewalk, we have two types of people who can talk to the crew. We have our Capcom, who speaks to the astronauts inside of the International Space Station. And we have our ground IV. That's the person that talks to the actual spacewalkers while they're outside of the space station. It's two different roles. It could get confusing who you're talking to, so we have two different positions. This is the case for Mission Control Moscow, too, which we're getting the balcony of view now. They'll be speaking in Russian, so you're going to be hearing the female voice of the translator translating Russian to English so that we can understand, and they'll be speaking to the crew.
What's the pressure now on the pressure gauge reader?
Meanwhile, here in Mission Control Houston, we have a team monitoring the crew both inside the space station. It is their sleep period now, but we also have a dedicated team to monitoring the spacewalk. We have spacewalkers officers there in the back, and we also have our flight director, Adi Boulos, today.
Copy. Then moving to 6 for
That's Adi now, in the white shirt with the tie.
preliminary setup.
Отключаем. Так, давление на вдыхах смотрим.
And checking pressure. 0.38 on the second, 0.38. Now moving to autonomous power in reverse order. That is power, pump and fan. Power to standalone. And now activation again of the pump, fan, and transmitter. Okay, the second one is on a standalone power, and we do have the backup pump and fan on, and the prime transmitters are activated for both. That is correct. So 1950 is the time, and 02 is 412 and 401 on the second and first, and the voltage on the second 30.9, 29 point.
Looks like we had a successful leak check. Right now, the International Space Station is in an orbital nighttime as the space station travels from west to east over the southern tip of Africa.
Turning off tow from both. So it is off, LED is off, removing power, and the second one is off, and the first one is off. Now, demating electrical umbilicals.
Распакован. Стиль закрыта.
Demated. O2 close. And the second.
The spacewalkers are going through their final checklist as they get ready to open the hatch.
So, demating the electrical umbilical.
Можно сразу бортколодку к борзаглушке.
Now put in the caps. So the first one is demated on the first, and the second one for fluid umbilicals and the storage caps installed. So which cap installed?
The Russian Orlan suits are on battery power. Remember, this is different from a U.S. spacewalk. This might signify the start of a U.S. spacewalk. But in this particular case, this is a Russian spacewalk, so the start time of the spacewalk will happen when the hatch opens.
So which cap installed? In process. The first one, umbilical is off and the cap is on. And checking. O2 closed. BSS O2 closed. 037 and 036. That is norm for ODSK, and the pressure is greater than 360 for 12 on the second. Optic valves closed. And now waiting for your go to open.
Ну что, ребят, отдаю вас Артему.
Yes, Artem will be your next lead. So good luck with EVA, and we'll meet you again in the airlock. Thank you.
Сергей, приветствую.
Sergey, hello.
Приветствую, Артем.
Hello, Artem.
Вечер добрый.
Good day.
Да, вечер добрый. У нас сегодня интересно намечается. Будем
We have a lot of interesting events today.
Так, давайте
moving the airlock.
По традиции. А потом приступим уже к работе.
Start the routine of opening the hatch. As usual. Tell me, first of all the tools, everything in MRM, from MRM 2, everything is tethered, secured in place. Yes. And the suits are also tethered. Yes. Long tether. Yeah. One long tether. Yes.
We're standing by for the opening of the hatch on the Poisk module, where two spacewalkers will emerge. They're confirming now that their tether configuration is correct and that their tool bag is packed and ready.
And the indicator is in place, facing the mark on the handle. That's true. Position closed. And the protective ring is also in place. Yes. Let's start opening the easy hatch. All right, very good. Sergey, hold it tether. Okay.
Закручка. Положение рабочим. Устанавливаю навал привода.
Installing warm cold switch. And so 4 screws are out.
Так, петли, да, мы, как вы сказали, проверены.
So checking.
Все, вращаю ручку.
So I'm rotating the handle to open position now. The rollers are removing from grooves, done. The clutch is operating.
Появится щель небольшая на люке. Просьба доложить.
Let us know when the hatch starts opening. All right. All in place, the handle in place, the pusher. Copy. Some resistance still. Holding a little bit. We'll try to open. So opening now. So the. Okay, we start the EVA time now. Copy. Holding on.
Okay, I'm turning now. Tightening up. Copy.
And the hatch is open, signifying the beginning of today's spacewalk to relocate an experiment airlock from Rossviet to the Nauka module. The beginning of the spacewalk started as the International Space Station was flying over the northeast edge of South Sudan in an orbital nighttime. Soon we'll see the door fly open and our spacewalkers can begin to come out.
Open. The tabs are in the activated position. Copy. Installing. And remember, make sure that the ties do not get in the way.
The official start time of today's spacewalk is 3 p.m. Central Time, 4 p.m. Eastern, with cosmonauts Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin getting ready to get out the door. The hatch is open.
Let's see if it closes the gap. Looks like it does not. No, it doesn't. Just like this. It doesn't quite reach. Okay, let's try this. There we go. Excellent. Okay, that's much better. Make sure that the indicators match. Okay. Maybe we'll turn it through. Let's try that, 180. A little bit more. Doesn't reach that way? Well, I guess it works in this one position then. See how it worked? Not in this position. Okay. So my indicators matched up. Yes, we're pushing it in. Into the groove, yes, on my side as well. Okay, the protective ring is installed.
Тогда приступаем к выходу из мимо. Дим, ты первый.
Okay, let's step into egressing.
Egressing is another name for exiting the International Space Station. Dmitry Petelin is in the suit with the blue stripes. He's our EV2 today, and he'll be the first one out the door. We're in a momentary handoff between our communications satellites and are now getting live views of Mission Control Moscow.
Tether goes outside. The cable bundle is tethered to me. Okay, my adjustable tether. Crew lock bag is also tethered to me. Repeat that, please. EV1 has the crew lock bag tethered. Okay, copy.
We're back with our live views of the Poisk airlock that our spacewalkers are working to get out of today, or egressing. You can see some movement down by the red words as our EV2 is the first one out the door.
Adjustable tether is out, and I am egressing. Okay, I've egressed.
It's a dark view as the International Space Station is in an orbital nighttime, but if you look to the right of the airlock, right at the center of your screen, you will begin to see our spacewalkers exit the hatch, or egress as you may hear it referred to during our coverage today. Those red words are the upside down Cyrillic. On Russian, it says the Poisk airlock.
Dmitry Sergey, on your go, when ready. Your go to deactivate the sublimators. Activating sublimators. I have activated the sublimator. Indicator is on. That was for EV1. Okay, copy. I'm going to the edge. And I'm going to... Now I'm also working with the sublimator. EV2 sublimator is activated. Okay, copy, thank you. Sergey, Dmitry, when the cooling begins, put the heat handle to 0 and the third tumbler activated. And that's for the second toggle switch once you feel the cold. Okay, copy.
Exiting the hatch is the first step in our spacewalk here today. We've got a number of busy tasks throughout the 6.5-hour estimated total runtime of our spacewalk today. But first, they're not going to head out to the work site quite yet. Their overall goal is to move the experiment airlock over from Rossviet over to the Nauka module. But first, as soon as they get out the hatch, they need to configure their spacesuits, perhaps do some buddy checks, look at their partner's spacesuit, make sure that everything is working well, and then they need to work on the hatch itself. They have to install a protective ring. It's a seal on the Poise catch to protect it from any debris while the hatch is open. On the Quest airlock, where we do the US spacewalks, there's a similar protection in place, but instead of a protective ring, Quest has a hatch cover over on the US side. They'll also need to get their tethers and tool bag configured before they take off towards their work site.
On EV2, temperature control handle to 6, then pull off and 3. And activating ISTR in cold. EV1 is tethered outside. Copy, Sergey. ISTR is active on EV2. EV1 is out. Copy, Dmitry. I am outside.
Нахожусь в районе СТО. Оставляю здесь лодочку.
I am by the GSTM Strela 1.
So our spacewalkers today are cosmonauts Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin. Let's take a look at some quick facts about them. Prokopyev is the commander of the International Space Station. This is his 5th spacewalk of his career, having previously spent 29 hours, 51 minutes outside of the space station over the course of his 4 previous spacewalks. Petelin is on his 3rd spacewalk today, having spent 14 hours, 20 minutes suited up in the vacuum of space over the course of 2 spacewalks. This is the 262nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the 5th spacewalk of 2023, and the 3rd spacewalk for Expedition 69. You can see that Prokopyev has the red stripes on his spacesuit. He's our EV1, and Petelin is in the suit with the blue stripes, our EV2, and the first one out the door today.
Echo has been activated on EV2. Erka is also activated. LED is on. Copy. Same for me. Heka and Erka are activated. Okay, the KPU and the Kulak bag are tethered. We are ready to translate towards MRM-1. Not quite.
Like we talked about a little bit earlier, before they can head out to their work sites, they need to configure their spacesuits. They need to make sure that they're comfortable over the course of their approximately 6-hour, 30-minute spacewalk. They also are going to do some buddy checks and make sure that their HECA cameras are on, or cameras that are mounted onto their helmets that allow us to see from their point of view. We expect Prokopiev. You may see the number 16 burned into the video when we're getting his point of view, and Patelin will have number 22.
До истини 2 минуты. Принято.
Copy.
Вокруг поста обходим.
Around.
Пойти по более короткому пути.
So you've decided to translate via the faster, shorter path through the operator post? Yes. Across the operator post. Handrail 64. Just make sure you follow the tethering protocol. You should have the short tether in front of you.
Которая стоит на этих поручнях, за нее, в принципе, она хоть и не работающая уже, вот, но может быть поменьше стучать.
And that boom is not operating, so you can just watch for it. And here comes the sun.
And you can see it on your screen too. As they said, here comes the sun. The International Space Station is moving into an orbital daytime. The spacewalkers are now working to move over to their work site on the Rossviet module. In their procedures, they're going to use the Strela 2 boom. Strela means arrow in Russian. It's a telescoping pole that crew can use to move around. To give you a better picture of what I mean by telescoping, think of a bicycle seat. It can extend up and down if you need to adjust it, but most of the time it's locked into place. That's kind of how Strela 2 operates. Strela 1 is on the Poisk module as well. They'll use the boom to travel along its path to get to the Zarya module, then carry on to the Rossviet module where the experiment airlock is. It looks like there was some chatter about possibly another path that they could take over there too.
пожалуйста.
Sergey, I did not copy. The temperature was high on the second suit. Okay, copy. It's like that other time. The sensor is biased. Yeah, so that's why the sublimator is on. Sergey, you've gone a little past the grapple fixture. Yes. So I have a recommendation for you. When you tether to 6034, turn your head towards the docking interface. And then you can go under the boom. Okay, yes. That's EV2. Dmitry, so I'm talking to you. Just turn with your feet up. Okay, and I'm pretty much here already. Yes. Here's the target. It's pretty easy to access it, but just these struts are here in the way.
Spacewalkers Prokopiev and Petelin on your screen now. You can see the spacesuit with the blue stripes. That's our EV2, Dmitry Petelin. And going sort of behind to the left side of the Poisk airlock, you have Prokopiev, our EV1, in the spacesuit with the red stripes. They're configuring their tethers right now to get on the move, to move from the Poisk airlock over to their first work site of the day, the Rossviet module. So while we're waiting for our live views to come back, let's take a look at the work sites that they'll be working at today. As I mentioned, they came out of the Poisk airlock. They'll be moving over to the Rossviet module, which you can see in the gray words on the left. And then you see the European robotic arm there, ERA. It's going to move the airlock. You can see it highlighted in red. Now, the Nauka airlock, going to move it over to the right side, the Nauka module. And these are the work sites that we're going to be using today.
Okay, so shall we continue the translation? Yes? Let's keep moving. We have just patchy comm right now, so we are not getting video. Okay, we're translating along the Strela. Repeat your last. Did you turn off your headlight? I think one is on. What about me? I have one left? No, two on both sides. No, those are my Orlan ones. That's what I'm talking about.
While we're waiting to get our live views back, you may hear the two female voices. Those are actually Russian to English translators that you're hearing. Those are the voices of the spacewalkers as they're communicating between themselves and with this view that you see here, Mission Control Moscow. They're talking to the folks there on the ground. It sounds like they're beginning to make their move via the Strela 2 boom over to the Rossviet module. And you can see the spacewalkers at the bottom of the screen using the Strela boom to assist as they move over to their work site.
So I've pretty much reached the end of it, and where do we translate over? Past the black rings. Okay, past the black rings.
And here we are with those helmet camera views. You can see the number 16 burned into the lower right side of the video. That means you're looking from the point of view of Sergei Prokopiev.
Tethering to the GSM Strela. Tethered. Sergei, can you copy me? Yes, absolutely. I hear you loud and clear. What about us? Now it's better. There was a lot of noise. I want to remind you that on the pressure adapter there's a fish hook. You are next to it now. It's under your right foot, Dmitry. Yes, I see it. Just remember that you cannot tether to it. Okay. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, so I'm leaving. Can you take a look? Does it look good? Yes? Yes, like this and a little bit further. Maybe that's a bit challenging.
You can see our two spacewalkers in this overall view on the Strela boom making their way to the work site. You may hear the word translate. Where do we translate to? Where are they going? This means the path that they're going to take to best configure their tethers so they don't get tangled, and the ground is also giving them some warnings of what they should not be attaching their tethers to. Sometimes there's some sensitive hardware outside of the International Space Station. They're making their way over to the Rossviet module. Once they get there, they're going to demate some cables, remove an MLI cover, which is a protective thermal blanket around the airlock, remove some protective covers, undo some launch locks, and then we'll get the ERA involved, the European robotic arm, so that Andrei Fedyaev inside of the International Space Station can begin to move it over to the Nauka module. In the meantime, they're still making their way over to Rossviet before they can begin these tasks.
It's a bit problematic here. Yeah, honestly, I don't see a path. Artyom, do you have some recommendations? Maybe go on the right? On my right? Maybe go on the opposite side. Go to MRM. And then you want to go the way that you translated last time, during the last DVA? Yes. I understand about the fish hook, but I don't see where else, since I can't hold on to the fish hook, I have to jump over to that other side. Okay, copy. Let's try the way you did it last time. Okay, let's go in that direction then. In any case, stick together, translate together. Okay, yes, let's stick together. So we're going to MRM? Yes. And you've tethered the STU? Yes, we have. Okay.
All right, I am translating behind the Strela. And I'm holding to the handrails, cargo handrails. So I was smart going underneath the Strela. I think you're fine. All right, now I'm out. And I am hooking to the circular handrails. Yes, and the second valve should be next to it, should be nearby. All right, I'm activating it on this side. I'm just trying to squeeze by. and I have hooked myself to the handrail. With something. Yes, so we want to make sure that you have the tether and then watch your foot, and I can feel it. Could you please go back and assist? Yes, sir. I'm going to look. I'm going to see how we've hooked. I have hooked. I can actually remove that tether. You'll just need to untangle it. And it's behind your back, so it's not a very convenient move. Just wait. Let me help. Yes, so we are good on the time, so don't be in a hurry. We copy. Just untangling it like that. Do you have it on your side now?
We're seeing a wide view of the Russian segment of the International Space Station now. Our spacewalkers in the center left of your screen.
It's behind your backpack. Okay, now we're good. Are you done? Yes, hold it. Yes, I'm holding it. This tether is for securing Strela. Yes. There is one. I believe it's the second one, right? Okay. Then I am going to translate using circular handrails along MRM1. Okay. There was a lanyard somewhere. I would like to reach it. I think this is the one. Yes, I need to secure myself by this lanyard, and now I actually put it back. I'm running around HPP 2. Copy. So, as agreed, you'll go to number 29, and Dima will approach you later. Okay, copy. Are you managing? Okay.
Предлагаю тебе пойти вверх.
I suggest you go up.
Твоей головы, как шел Сергей, и попадаешь на ФП-2.
Above your head, and then that will take you immediately to HFP 22 panel. Okay. Okay. I positioned myself next to the panel 29. Okay, copy, Sergey. Sergey, can you take a look at the latches and the adapter? Yes, I can actually go down a little bit. Please do. All right, while Dimak is still translating. Yes. Let's take a look. See, make sure that all the retainers are locked. Okay. Okay. I am next to the adapter retainer lock. If you can see the TV signal, yes, we can see the handle is closed, the tab is down, and also the adapter is sits tight. Exactly. And now I need to check the bolts. Yes. Yes, make sure that they have not moved since the last EVA, and that the lock wiring is in place.
We're starting to get views of the airlock. That's that bulbous item that you see in front of you. The first steps of the day are to demate some cables on that airlock, remove thermal covers, remove some other protective coverings that it has, and remove its launch locks before it can be moved by the European robotic arm.
On operations with the connectors. We need to wait for just a little bit. Okay. And also, the wing locks are tightened.
It was done manually, but they sit in place? Okay. All right, go back to panel number 29, and we'll stand by for a little bit. We need to get a go to work with the connectors. All right, I'm translating back. Well, now let's describe what I see here. The cable is secured. It's with a wire tie. It's attached to the strut, or rather the lever that will be removed, and that's number one. And then goes, there are two Lirka lock pins. Yes, and then you should see the dummy. Yes, I see one dummy. Philip, that Sergey will need to rotate, and probably you'll have to translate to dummy. No, go ahead and secure the lock to the lever, and then Lirka is next, and one more wire tie on handrail 150. And what do you think? Do we need to remove all of it? Well, we will figure it out in a minute. Now, show me, where do I need to mate it to? You mean where I should be connected? Well, here is the panel, yes. Yes, you will have to free the entire length. You're right. All right, then. Those wire ties will go to our common bundle. No. The way it works, they're actually wrapped around the handrail and secured there.
You're getting a great look at the airlock that we're going to be working with so much during the spacewalk today. That's the white object on the left side of the screen. If we pan over to the left a little bit more, you'll kind of see its spherical end. That is the airlock that we're going to be moving over to the Nauka module today. First task, they're going to be demating cables between Rossviet and the experiment airlock, that white thing that you're seeing there on your screen. When you unplug something, the end that you just unplugged is loose, and you can't have loose cables floating around while the experiment airlock is being moved. So they're going to plug those loose ends into the panel onto the airlock itself just to stow them away.
Are still waiting because the command is still in progress. It didn't go through yet. All right, but I can release the wire ties from the cable.
Our spacewalkers are going over their game plan right now.
No. Be very careful. Try not to touch the cover. Try not to grab onto it. Which one are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about the lock cover, yes. Try to make sure you hold in the rails, handrails only. Okay, this is secured. Yes, one is. All right, I am taking the lock pin. Copy. All right. I removed it, and I'm throwing it into a trash bag. Okay. You are going to proceed working with the connectors. Reminder, first we demate 2-1 on panel number 2, and then a 2-2 on panel FP2. Copy 2-1 and then 2-2. Yes, after you disconnect 2-1, you'll hand it over to Sergey. Understood? Okay, I want to make sure I won't mix it up. Actually, we can even see the errors.
A moment ago, you saw a view of the control panels, essentially the electrical sockets where they're going to be unplugging these cables. They're going to do so one at a time and then hand it off to the next spacewalker. They have a series of 6 that they need to demate.
Do we need to cover the connector here? Is it wire tied already? Yes, it is secured. All right, then you go to cover it. Very good. Inward. I'm ready to receive it. I'm holding it. Do you need some length here? Let me try. Yes. You will be made in 2910, but only after 2-2 will be disconnected. So should I just leave this connector alone? Yes, for now, yes. You need to stand by for now. Okay. It's getting hot on the sun. All right, the sunset in 20 minutes. All right, Sergey actually released all the links he could get. I see.
You're getting a view now of the plugs that they're working to demate from the module that they're working with. They're unplugging the equipment airlock, the experiment airlock from the Rossviet module. They need to unplug them so that the experiment airlock can move freely with the European robotic arm. This is a task expected to take about 15 minutes. They're working diligently. The voices that you're here are interpreters speaking on behalf of the spacewalkers, but also the voice of mission control. You can hear them working together to make sure that they're unplugging the correct things, handing them to their fellow spacewalkers, and getting the task done. After this task, they'll move on to remove some protective covering from the experiment airlock. This includes multi-layer insulation cover from the end of the airlock and some other protective covers that protects it from the environment of space.
And then we'll deal with the caps. Okay, understood. All right. Then I'm demating HPP 2-2. Go ahead. Am I doing it right? Yes, go ahead and disconnect. 2-2 is demated. Copy. All right. Unintelligible. No. If the cable has a slack, that could be an obstruction to releasing the connector. You need to move it. Well, now you are go to meet 21 to 210 to 2910. Copy. 21 to 2910.
While we're getting these helmet camera views, we're seeing not only the plugs that they're working with to demate from the experiment airlock, but we're also getting some views of the Earth down below. The International Space Station is flying over the South Pacific Ocean right now.
It's a bit strange. I cannot really secure it fully on that cap. What about the tab? The lock is open. I'm trying to secure it, and actually the position seems to be locked, but it doesn't really help. It looks like the lock doesn't hold it properly. All right, let's try it one more time. If you feel like it's still not copyright, and then go ahead and secure it on site.
Like we were talking about earlier, just because you unplugged it doesn't mean it can stay that way. When the European robotic arm moves this experiment airlock, the wires can't be floating all around in the vacuum of space, so they're securing them to the airlock itself, sometimes plugging it into a dummy panel in order to get them out of the way.
29-9. 29-9, proceed with demating inward. Copy. And you will remate it to the adjacent dummy. Okay.
Our spacewalkers well underway on this task, having demated the majority of the cables that on their to-do list today.
To remove it from that cap, but without any force, it will sit tight. Okay. Well, there is like a tiny bar inside the dummy, and that bar has a small protrusion onto the outside. It's like a little ball on it. Okay. Can you try to close it one more time? No. What I'm trying to explain is it has some travel, but it would not get off. In order to take it off, then I'll need to apply a serious force.
Okay, a retainer is also. Okay,
we're now 1 hour into the 6.5-hour planned Russian spacewalk today that began at 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. The beginning of the spacewalk, of course, beginning when the hatch opened for this Russian EVA. Our spacewalkers, Sergei Prokopyev, our spacewalker with the red stripes, EV1, and Dmitry Petelin with the spacesuit with the blue stripes, our EV2. The 260-second spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The 5th spacewalk of 2023 out of the International Space Station, and the 3rd spacewalk for Expedition 69 out of the International Space Station.
Well.
The spacewalk is well underway. Their first task is just about complete, if not already. They translated or made their way over from the Poisk airlock over to the Rossviet module where the experiment lock lives. It's going to be moved over today to the Rossviet module, but the first task was to demate all the cables connecting the two. It has to be totally unattached from Rossviet in order for it to move over to the Nyalka module. And that first task of the cables is complete, if not already complete, or almost complete. Next, they're going to move on to removing some thermal insulation covers.
You are now covering the half connectors. You are correct.
Сергей, спасибо. Смотрите, мы пока сейчас идем по плану. Сергей, ты размещаешься в или, может быть, у тебя есть возможность снять защитную крышку и позже к смешению ФП-4.
You are going to take the cover and proceed to the target.
Так, это... Он здесь рядышком со мной, в принципе, я по пути все равно...
It's right here. I will collect it anyway when I am translating that way.
Что тогда мы не торопимся?
Well, we're not in a hurry, just in case.
For a moment at the end of the airlock, you saw that orange cover right at the end of the airlock. That's what we're going to be working to remove now in this task.
Yes, it's secured very well here with a pretty bow.
Чтобы снять, нужно тут резаком работать.
I think I need a cutter. Or maybe not. I see the moon, and she is a stunner.
And you just heard a call that one of the spacewalkers saw the moon and that it was wonderful. You can kind of see it peeking between the Earth and the space station, that tiny dot over there in the distance.
You are correct, FFP4.
Поэтому надо его сначала засовать, потом снимать.
Inaudible from Moscow. Is it overheated? Do I need to turn it off? The camera for now. It's already off. But the hacker is on. I am securely located close to HFP4 connector, removing the cover.
Adjustable, да?
I'll take my adjustable tether now. Copy.
In your view now is a view of that thermal cover right on the end, the orange that they're going to be working to take off. This is their second step in an effort to free the experiment airlock from the Rossviet module. Previously, they demated some cables that connected the two, and now they'll be taking off some insulation layers, protects the experiment airlock from the harsh environment of space.
Да, мягкий вот этот поручень на FT, он легко оторвался у меня.
Yes, and this particular gap spanner on the MLI
знаешь, какой еще второй вариант? Попробовать трапку было.
Almost broke.
Маленьким карабином сховать попышку.
Also, you could use your very small tether to secure it to the lug. Yes, I could use my red.
Не надо, потому что мы потом будем носить этот...
No, not the bigger red, no.
Эту укладку свернутую, поэтому...
You will use it for your bundle later.
Я снял, значит, крышку с ФП-4, да, с ФП-4.
Okay, here, the cover from HFP 4 connector will go here. I figured it out.
Оранжевая, внутри фольга. Круглая крышка, которая...
It's an orange, round orange cover.
Термопольный еще осталось. Здесь ничто не нужно фотографировать вот эти...
Would you like me to take some pictures here of the connectors?
Ну, можно. Ну, можно это совместить
You can.
Агрегатным сообществом.
Or you can combine it with your photography of the docking assembly.
Я сейчас попробую с держателем за бабушку и за...
Okay, I'll use the wire tie holder and then use the loop
Принято, хорошо. Будет дополнительно.
and the gap spanner.
Так, у меня тут тоже тогда получается квадратный прямоугольный форос, крышка, мишени.
And the configuration I'm getting here is almost a square, at least rectangular. I will secure it to the loop.
Чехлу и далеко с ним ходить не будем, с этим рэпом. В принципе, он не проходит, нормально держится. На рэп.
And you don't have to go through the loop, actually. Oh, it's already secured well enough. Now the target.
Так, ну все. Теперь точно не улетит.
That's it. It is properly secured.
Ну и, наверное, надо теперь.
It's not going to do a bump.
Ага, принято, спасибо, Сергей. Да, карабин сейчас меня держит и проволочный фиксатор.
So you may be hearing Mission Control Moscow and our spacewalkers talking about MLI. This stands for multi-layer insulation, and it's essentially a blanket that protects it from the harsh environment of space, micrometeoroid, orbital debris, things like that. We're going to want to remove it before we can move the experiment airlock over to Nauka.
You can also
Чуть больше 5 минут.
finish up here. And we're getting closer to the eclipse.
Это
Copy.
на свету осмотреть, да, на свету стараться осмотреть стык.
Okay, do some inspection here. Copy. We'll do so. is big.
Она внутри не закрыта. Ну да.
It was not closed.
Так. Освободили одеяло.
MLI is freed up now.
Какая мишень разноцветная. Так,
I
снимаем.
like the color orange.
Да, полностью снимаем чехол и по возможности не трогаем руками стыковочный агрегат.
Yes, we remove the MLI cover and try not to touch the docking assembly.
Да, включаем глиссеры и начинаем поэтапный осмотр.
Turn on the glycer
Сначала привалочных поверхностей.
and do a minute inspection of the mating surfaces.
Не осталось.
See that there is no pod? I don't see any.
У нас конус тоже чистый.
The cone is clear. Should be.
Я вот сейчас стараюсь снять.
Okay, I am removing.
Там какая-то ниточка вон на той стороне есть.
I see a piece of thread,
Привалочная.
but not on the mating surface.
Значит, не вижу.
But still, it's there.
Вот, где написано УК-4 ПРМ.
It says UK4PRM.
Но она...
That's where the thread is.
Нет, это на наружной поверхности. Это не стык.
Well, as long as it's not the mating surface.
Так, у нас резинки.
So our spacewalkers Prokopiev and Pratelin are preparing the experiment airlock for its travel over to the Nauka module. Let's talk a little bit about what this airlock is. So the airlock that they're moving weighs 1,792 pounds. Previously, on April 28th, they had moved over a radiator, very similar task to what they're doing today. That radiator weighs 1,091 pounds, and you can kind of see what they look like and where they'll be positioned in this graphic here. The airlock and the radiator that was moved over in a previous spacewalk was launched on the STS-132 mission on the Space Shuttle Atlantis, attached to the Rossviet module where our spacewalkers are right now. That's their workstation. That launched in May of 2010. And a fun fact, NASA astronaut Steve Bowen was on that mission. He's aboard the International Space Station now, but is not participating in the spacewalk today. You're getting kind of a sneak peek into the inside of that experiment airlock now that the multi-layer insulation cover has been removed. We're an hour and 15 minutes into the spacewalk, and it looks like they're well underway on their second task. They're getting that blanket together now.
Further away.
Освободил полностью
MLI is completely away and released. Again, go over the connectors, please. No pod, no contamination. No, everything is in pristine condition.
Да, камеры работали.
And record, please, and do photography. As long as we're still in insulation, please take some pictures and do the glycer.
Да, УФП-4 снятый без чехлов.
And UFP-4 also.
После этого будем уже... УФП-4 заснять без чехлов, без крышек.
UFP-4 do imagery without any covers.
Да, нет, заснять на камеру.
Take a video and pictures. I did already.
Принято, спасибо.
Maybe I could do some more.
Наступила тень, включаем светильники.
And the light. Okay, now you may turn on the lighting.
Чехол и все длинными проволоками, как готовили, которые...
And then you get to use your long wire ties that you took such great pains to prepare.
Хорошая такая вот эта кастрюля.
The International Space Station just moved into an orbital nighttime. You can hear them talking about turning their cameras on, also using this opportunity to take photos and video of that experiment airlock. Now that the thermal cover is off, they want to use that opportunity to get some great imagery of that. That orange cover that they have in their hands, that MLI cover that was at the very end of the airlock, that's actually part of the jettison bundle. So they're going to be getting rid of that at the end of the day. They have 5 items from today's spacewalk that they'll jettison away from the International Space Station, and about 5 items from previous spacewalks that they want to get rid of as well. This is going to be the last task of the day, is jettisoning that bundle away, so they're not quite ready for that yet. But that orange cover that you see there will be jettisoned.
Release it and reposition. Here is the long wire tie. Okay, we secure it now. Okay, pull it out this way. Okay. There are 2 of them here, correct? There is wire tie made out of 2 smaller pieces and 1 wire tie, 3 of them tied together. And this is what you need? Yes. I take this. I will release the KPU tool carrier for now. And you'll have to wind this around. Will do.
Сейчас где-то не будет видеосвязи.
At some time we're going to lose video coverage. Yes, and we'll be doing all the restraining here. Right now we are following along the EVA timeline. We're just on time. Okay, you will put this on like this. Do I need to pull? Or it's already straightened out? Okay, we can secure it later. We don't have to do it right now. Okay, I'm holding and you can tie. Here.
We're in a momentary handover between our satellite communication. At the moment, we expect to get our video and audio back here very shortly. In the meantime, we've got these views of Mission Control Moscow. This is a view from their balcony, and they're working with our spacewalkers to get them the tasks that they need to do and answer any questions that they might have.
Okay, I'm taking the tether. Everything fine here or not? Let me see. I think we tied it securely. I think it is not going anywhere. Here are some loops.
We're nearly an hour and a half into the spacewalk today. It began at 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, beginning when the hatch opened on the Poisk airlock. We're talking a lot about airlocks here today. So Poisk is the airlock on the Russian segment where the Russian spacewalks begin. That's for people to come out of. It's a room where we bring the room back down to vacuum so that we can open the door, match the pressure of the vacuum of space. However, the task of today is to relocate an experiment airlock. So human beings are never going to come out of that airlock, only experiments. It's very similar to the Kibo module over on the Japanese segment. Last week, we moved a radiator over from the Rossviet module over to Nauka, and now we're going to do the exact same thing with this experiment airlock.
I think it's all right.
The estimated time for today's spacewalk is about 6.5 hours. It looks like our spacewalkers are slightly ahead of schedule as they work on their second task of the day.
Так, а почему опять вся крышка вылетела? Какая? Маленькая? Да. А я не подвязывал, я большая вылетела.
The small cover or the large cover? Which one was here?
Я думаю, можно мне ее. Ну, давай, хотя да, с ней лучше не перемещаться. Потому что она тут не очень надежно.
It's not really well secured here on the loop. Maybe we should do better than this. We'll use the wire tie, secure it to the loop. Okay, I'm twisting the wire right now.
Расплескалось в разные стороны.
Inaudible. we go. Now just restrain here.
Back with you now with live views. We're getting the point of view of our EV1 today.
In the video, we see the bundle. You pressed it down really snug. That is very
Excuse me, we're getting a view from our EV2. This is Dmitry Petelin. He's in the blue suit. We're looking across at our spacewalker in the red suit, Prokopiev.
If you need some more time to get the bundle just right, we have some spare time. Okay, at least a couple minutes extra.
This bundle that they're talking about is the group of trash that they're going to be jettisoning off of the International Space Station at the end of the spacewalk. They want to make sure that everything is packed in, because they will have some more items to pack in as well before the end of the spacewalk.
And then blocks 3 and 5. And then we're going to have to talk through it, probably have to work with the airlock locks. And then which plan are we going to do, Sergey? You're going to try to give a push first? I think I will start with 1. And Dmitry will be nearby with a pry bar. Yes, let's call it a space crowbar. Okay, copy. And then in 15 minutes, we'll have an LOS 7 to 8 minutes, not video only, but audio as well. Don't know how many of the operations will get done by that point, but just FYI. Okay, I understand. Then let's begin the movement. Are you ready, Dmitry? Yes, I am. Copy that, Artyom. You are continuing the movement? Yes, you're not supposed to come here, Dmitry. You go to that other side. I'm going here to that barrier, on the circular handrail. I have positioned myself. There's good access to the lock. Copy. So if you look on the left, okay, be sure to tether an audible. Okay, copy.
Можете приступать, потому что мы собирались вот по плану сначала тяги распаковывать, а потом центральный замок.
When you're ready, you are go to proceed, Dmitry. So first, we demate the launch locks, and then disengage the locks. Okay, I am in the area of the lock.
Дмитрий закончили.
Okay. I guess I should activate the GoPro.
Сейчас темно и ничего не происходит.
Well, it's dark and nothing is happening. prior to this engagement, so we're going to disengage and try to position yourself in a way that it is convenient to push at that center lock.
Our spacewalkers are over halfway done with their task to disconnect the experiment airlock from the Rossviet module. Once that's all said and done, Andrei Fajayev inside the International Space Station will use the ERA, European Robotic Arm, to move the experiment airlock over to the Nauka module. These spacewalkers will get a brief break as they watch the experiment airlock move over, but then they're going to go over to the Nauka module to do an assist as Andrei Fajayev inches it closer and closer for its installment.
The airlock, because we're beginning the demating process. Okay, copy. I have tethered the cover and I am removing it. It's also attached by fish line. It's possible to rip them. Okay, I'll try. Yes, the fishing line tore off. Okay, copy. I am removing the cover into the trash bag. Now I tether it again, right? This next element. No, this element remains. You pull it and remove it. So nothing else gets taken off here, correct? Nothing else should be tethered? Inaudible. Okay, I understand.
Prokopiev and Pratelin are working on one of the last steps before the airlock can move. They're launch locks that held the experiment airlock and the radiator in place during their launch on the STS-132 shuttle in 2010. They were removed before the radiator was relocated back in April and must be done before this experiment airlock can move as well. So far they've disconnected the electrical cables, removed protective blankets, and this is the last step before Andrei Fajayev, inside the International Space Station, can robotically relocate the experiment airlock to Nauka.
Lock number 3 is open. Let's go to lock number 5.
Prokopiev and Patelin are working together on this task of removing the launch locks. Our EV2, Patelin, is removing 2 locks. You just heard him call out number 3. We have number 5 on that side as well. And on the other side of the airlock, Prokopiev is working on another launch lock for a total of 3.
I am by lock number 5. Performing the same actions. Copy.
The spacewalkers working diligently to remove these launch locks. They're working a little bit ahead of the timeline, and as soon as this task is complete on the go from Mission Control Moscow, Andrei Fedyaev will slightly move the airlock away from the Rossviet module, their work site that they're at right now, and then our spacewalkers will check out the disengagement and make sure that all is well before a full movement over to the Nauka module.
Out of video for about 15 minutes and down audio for about 7 to 8 minutes. I understand. And let me just finish. Prior to installation, we have 9 minutes in a clip. So when you get into installation, turn off the helmet light.
But there's a question for you. Working over there, like,
I propose
do you guys deal with
that we
any
wait
of that
until
shit?
we
Black
get
markets?
video back.
Oh yeah, we bought black market movies all the time. $1.
Do you do it because you want them, or are you doing it to investigate?
In the meantime, you can work
We do it so we could watch the movies we wanted to watch. It just came out in the United
The
States.
second one came out, and this lock is open.
What were they like? Are they handheld cameras, or were they like copies?
Interesting, a lot of them were the copies that went to like the academy, and it would say on the bottom,
you will
"Don't
have to wait
share
for
the
about
copy."
15 minutes.
Yeah, that's what a lot of them were.
The video
Yeah, I worked
to
with this
go
guy when I was
so
working for a
you will just
magazine
have
in
to rest.
Illinois, and I would
Okay,
write
we
reviews, and
understand.
I got a
Copy.
preview of the movie The Dollhouse. This is back in '95, I think it was. And I would just write these little articles every once in a while. It was fun. And reviews. And he got me a preview copy, and I said, "Are you legally allowed to show this to me?" Because he owned a video store. And he goes, "No." I said, "Then why are you sharing it?" So when I wrote the review, I couldn't say who I got a copy from. It was funny. But
You know,
Black
there's always
Market,
the FBI warning, and I was like, well, I don't believe the FBI warning now because we used to watch $1 movies with the FBI overseas, so don't take that serious.
Shit. That's funny. Where are some of the places you guys have been outside of the Middle East? Well, you went to Okinawa, Boone. I know that, but what about
yeah,
you,
the
Sarah?
CIA makes us say regions. So I was in multiple places in the Middle East. I spent some time in Europe, obviously North Africa, and then like Southwest
the
Asia.
rods, and we're not working with the central
Yeah,
lock.
operationally, you know, we don't
Dimitri,
say
maybe you can
exactly where
translate
we've
to
been,
Sergei?
but most of the hotspots we've been to, but personally,
Should we try
especially
to
Sarah,
remove the
we're
rods
both big
completely?
travelers, and we've been literally all over the world, especially throughout the Mediterranean, you know, out of 7 continents.
I bet you suffer when you go to the Mediterranean.
Oh yeah,
easy.
yeah.
That's awful.
Then I can translate over to Sergei.
Never.
they call
Libya
that?
is the Mediterranean. People never
Okay,
realize
copy,
that.
but what should he tether
Well, I was
to?
just thinking, you know, in the military, like if you
On
get
the side of
stationed
the
in
docking
Korea, It's considered a
Or
hardship
maybe I
tour
should go over to
if
Dmitry.
you're stationed on the DMZ. So I'm going to say the Mediterranean is not a hardship
By
tour.
the
Korea's not
transportation.
How long is the tour for you
bracket.
guys?
Yeah, we can
In the
translate
CIA,
over
for like
onto
my
the bracket.
job, you can do short ones, you know, like a few months,
Well,
and
I
then
am
they're 1 to 2
on the
years,
US
and then
segment side now.
his is usually what, like 60 on, 60 off.
Yeah,
Okay, I
it's,
guess
it's a
I
lot
can
like the
move to
military.
the
So, like,
docking
you can be
port
stationed
side.
somewhere, you can have
You can
temporary
go
duty.
Yeah,
forward
TDY.
and
Yeah.
translate down.
Yeah, because I TDY'd
the
a lot, and
transportation
I enjoyed that.
bracket.
That incident that I was talking about in Central America, that was a temporary duty
Okay.
thing. We're just sent. My unit was sent down to give another unit a break, and 2 weeks later they came back and we left. And I enjoyed that. I like doing that shit. That was fun.
For a lot of what we do, because usually like we go to a high threat environment for a reason. So psychologically, or from a psychological standpoint, they don't want us to be there more than 60 to 90 days before we rotate out. So for us, it's usually
Is that for psychological reasons, or what
Yes.
are they worried about?
Yeah, it's psychologically plus effectiveness. So they want us to be able to operate on a
Now we're about to go
high level,
LOS for
but
audio
again,
and
to be
video.
mentally healthy. So it's not that our
we're
presence
back
goes
AOS,
away.
I will
So
let
there's a
you know.
constant presence, but individually,
Okay,
it's
copy.
short and sweet, and then
We're
we're right
standing
back
by.
at it.
Do you like it that way?
Absolutely, it's very effective. JSOC does the same thing.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on how the military does it? Because there's been a complaint, and I complained about with a
So
lot
we've
of my
lost
buddies
our
who are
live
combat
views
vets,
and audio
and,
with
and we
the
talk about
International Space
just too many
Station and our
tours of duty,
spacewalkers
where
for the
these
moment.
guys,
This is
you
a
know, and it's
slightly more
because enlistment
extended
is so
loss
low.
of signal than we might be used to, but
You know,
it was
they've not
planned
done a
and
very good
expected.
job
You heard our
generating new
spacewalkers chatting
enlistment,
with
to
Mission
the
Control
point now
Moscow
where a lot of people are
about
pushing
this
to bring the
extended
draft back.
loss of signal.
And what do you guys
They were
think
making
of
a plan for what they
Not a
should be
fan of
doing
the-
in the meantime, and it looks like they might be able to do some tasks ahead of time while we're not able to communicate with them. This includes removing some tie rods and some other closing up some flaps, some other things, some other get-ahead tasks that we would have liked to do while we had signal with them, but they're more than welcome to do on their own. So they might do that. They might take a breather. Spacewalking is very physically taxing. They have the ability to rest anytime that they need to, maybe take some photos of the Earth down below if the opportunity presents itself. We're just over an hour and 45 minutes into the spacewalk, and our spacewalkers are actually ahead of schedule. They would be getting ready to move the experiment airlock or monitor it because Andrei Fadjayev, their cosmonaut colleague, is inside the International Space Station at the controls of the European robotic arm, getting ready to move that over. They don't want to do it quite yet now that we're in this loss of signal, but our spacewalkers are going to do some tasks in the meantime while we're in this loss of signal. So far, they've made great progress. They've demated a series of 6 cables from both on the side of the airlock and the Rossviet module. They removed some MLI cover, that's the multi-layer insulation that protects the hardware outside of the space station from things like orbital debris, micrometeoroids, stuff like that. And they've also removed some other protective covers on attachment devices. And as we lost signal, they were just finishing up their task of removing the launch locks that were needed when the experiment airlock and the radiator from the last spacewalk back in April as they launched to the space station. Once that experiment airlock is under the controls of the European robotic arm, our spacewalkers are going to move over to the Nauka module and perform what's known as a GCA, a ground control assist. It's a bit of a misnomer because we usually talk about ground-based operations. We usually mean something done here on planet Earth, but that's not the case this time. Patelin and Prokopiev in their duties as ground control assist, are helping Fajayev fine-tune the position of the airlock on the European robotic arm. It's kind of like when you're parallel parking your car. You have all the tools that you need to do it yourself, but it's a little easier when your friends get out and give you a little bit of a better view and help you out. Once everything is just right, perfectly aligned, the experiment airlock will be mated to the Nauka module. If time permits, we'll go ahead and hook it up.
Так, ага, ну тут как-то не очень приятно. Султана зовут. Не очень-то приятно так под крылом стоять. Ну да, тебе придется все равно уходить потом на Кронштейн.
You're getting a view of Mission Control Moscow. Also monitoring this operation is Mission Control Houston. While we're in this momentary loss of signal, there's not a lot we can do. Some folks are taking this opportunity to reset, get everything that they need for the remainder of the spacewalk. We're about an hour and 49 minutes in to our planned 6.5-hour spacewalk. Here's the view of Mission Control Houston now. You can kind of see people standing up, getting ready to prepare themselves for the rest of the spacewalk. Our spacewalkers are doing the same. Prokopiev and Patelin are on a rest period. Spacewalks are very physically taxing, and they're taking this opportunity to take a break, possibly do some get-ahead tasks.
Что-то просто хорошо пофотографироваться. Понятное дело. Сейчас хотя бы какого оставлю. Слушай, с ней, так сказать.
The International Space Station is now flying in an orbital nighttime over Kazakhstan, just north of Baikonur, the launch site of Prokopiev and Patelin, our two spacewalkers this evening back in September.
Невозможно смотреть. Ну, тем более. Это видит? Ну да. Нас Андрей. Ты нас видишь? Фотографирует. А мы тебя видим.
Дмитрий, мы вас слышим.
Yes, I see you. Yes, we see you as well.
Отлично. Принято.
Okay, excellent. Copy.
Вот Дима сейчас подошел.
Okay, so Dmitry has arrived.
На кронштейне под адаптером.
And he's on the bracket below the adapter.
Я не знаю, как мы ее будем сдергивать.
I don't know how we're going to
Я, получается, под стрелой буду.
be removing it. I guess
Да, попробуем сначала Сергея.
we are under the Strela adapter.
Ну, сначала, когда появится видео,
So when we get video again, and we open the lock, Sergey will try to give a push.
So it looks like we're intermittently getting some audio back as we wait to get our video back completely. For now, we're looking at mission control in Moscow.
LOS again. Yes, we are standing by for video.
In the meantime, some important reminders. The female voices that you're hearing are actually interpreters interpreting what Prokopiev and Petelin say in Russian and translating it into English so that we know what they say. It's the same for Mission Control Moscow that we're looking at too. The people on console there communicating with our spacewalkers are translated as well. Prokopiev is our EV-1 today. He's our spacewalker in the red suits, and Petelin is in the space suit with the blue suit.
Okay.
He is our EV-2 today.
Copy. So it should move off of the rod for about 15 to 20 centimeters.
Another important distinction to make today is the difference between the two airlocks. We started out in the Poisk airlock, where our spacewalkers Prokopiev and Petelin exited into the vacuum of space in their Orlan spacesuits. But the goal of the spacewalk is actually to move an experiment airlock. Only experiments will exit out into the vacuum of space, never human beings. It's very similar to the Kibo module. The Kibo experiment module on the International Space Station has that functionality as well. We're just relocating it today from the Rossviet module over to the Nauka module.
It looks good. It's with the Earth in the background. So regarding air ops, there's an update. You'll not need to put in the command. It will be monitored. You just need to monitor the disengagement. Make sure that the airlock disengages. Okay, copy. We are ready on your go. Okay, we are standing by for 5 more minutes. Okay. Did you turn off the helmet lights? Yes, one is still operating. For me, yes. One is on. Dmitry, the right one. Look at how it is right behind you. Baikal. Yes, we're flying over Lake Baikal.
No. One more time. Before we proceed, let's make sure we know what we're doing. First of all, turn glycerin. Second, Sergey, you open the lock, the central lock, and report. After that, on MCC go, we begin to push the car out of the central lock. After we push the lock pin from the central lock, report and report, and then Ira will be turning on the airlock camera. Okay. Air operator. Okay, copy. All right, now monitor ear motion. Unintelligible.
Скафандровые фалы находятся на миме.
Okay. You are supposed to stay on MRM. Do not step onto the airlock.
Принято.
Copy.
We're just over 2 hours into our spacewalk planned for 6.5 hours today, coming out of a lengthier loss of signal, but we're going to get our live views back soon. These spacewalkers have been notified that they can begin to remove one of the launch locks, and as soon as that happens, the experiment airlock is free. They've completed all of their tasks, including removing thermal insulation covers, removing electrical cables, and now the launch locks. Mission Control Moscow's go. They can, Andrei Fajayev can begin moving the arm.
A lot of those idiots. And in the second hour, once we come back from break, I'll tell you about my one experience with a spook.
All right, I'm just going to pause the video there and put myself on the left here so we can talk about. All right, I'm just going to pause the video there and put myself on the left here so we can talk about this for a little bit. Now, again, I released a video earlier this morning. I want to say it was around 11:30, 12 o'clock or so Eastern. Excuse me. That, you know, talked about a couple things in the video, and I want to scroll back because there are, you know, quite specifically 3 things I want to call out here. I'm going to put myself in the low right, actually. First, I'd like to talk about these dudes right here, right? These are being pointed out. These individuals on top of this dome are being pointed out all across social media with a couple potential explanations, right? There's really only 2 possible explanations here. One is favored by Josh, which he, you know, notes as Hanlon's razor. That effectively, it's a security team. Now, it's not surprising on the roof of a government building to see personnel, to see a security team. The other possibility, the alternative that's being suggested here, is that these are potentially personnel laying in wait for a known or expected attack from almost a first response perspective, i.e., if, you know, the drone is going to hit at X time, be ready to put out any potential fires. So that's one of the first things that people are calling out, which I noted in the video that we put up earlier today. Now, another thing that I want to talk a little bit about is the relative or general lack of accuracy of this drone. And that is, unless the attempt is to take down the flag, this drone misses a very large target. We've seen these drones essentially impact whatever they want to. We've seen them drop hole-in-ones, you know, munitions through turrets. We've seen them hit moving, 4x4 pickup trucks. These are extremely accurate drones. So unless the goal was symbolic in nature, i.e., knock the flag off of the pole, this thing missed by a mile. You know, missed by an inch, missed by a mile. This building specifically is where things start getting interesting. That's the Senate Palace. The Senate Palace is, you know, a part of the larger Kremlin compound that effectively houses the Russian presidential administration. That is effectively Putin's official house. A lot of the headlines are stating very specifically that this is the Kremlin, and they're not wrong. But the additional context that's necessary to understand here is that is the Senate building. That is the Senate Palace where, oddly enough, the presidential administration resides. Now, whether or not Putin actually stays there, there are plenty of articles that suggest that he has many houses around the country, but that would effectively be the equivalent, rough equivalent of a White House. I'm probably explaining that a little poorly. That's where the president officially lives. That accuracy, though, if this, the 2 leading theories, of course, are that Ukraine did this, of course. That is first and foremost what the Kremlin has claimed. That's what Putin has claimed. The Kremlin called it a terrorist attack. Putin said that he was just barely missed by an assassination attempt of some kind of 2 drones. Were reportedly 2 drones that were used in this attack. On the flip side, the alternative, flipping the coin over for a second, the alternative possibility is that this is some kind of a false flag attack. The things that are indicative of it being a false flag attack, which I'm just giving you the information, are the personnel on top of the building, first and foremost. Again, you can explain that in a security detail, a la White House, Pentagon, or potentially somebody waiting to extinguish or provide first response to a known attack. The second is the accuracy. The Kremlin doesn't want to damage their own buildings beyond repair, so $150 for a change of paint and the ability to narrativize this strike for some level of escalation or retaliation would have high value. There is a third option that I'm going to suggest, one that would leave both the Ukrainians saying what they are, which is that they don't have any information, nor were they any a part of this attack, and the Russians claiming that it was Ukrainians, one that would bring those to the middle, and that is effectively partisan activity. Partisan activity a la Wolverines, the Swayze types, not the new one. The Swayze one's so much better. Partisan activity would make a little bit more sense here. There wouldn't necessarily have needed to be a whole lot of communication and coordination. You know, we've talked before about the commercial availability of these drones, the relatively simple changes to the drones that you would need to make to provide an explosive payload, and then effectively they could just execute. That's another possibility, but as it stands right now, none of them you can easily make a justification for just. Saying that this will be an opportunity for Russia to take the gloves off. I didn't know the gloves were still on, to be honest with you. There are always additional measures or additional, steps up the ladder of escalation that you can take. But the gloves have been off for some time. Russia invaded Ukraine. It's just really about how much more they want to press on the gas pedal until you end up with some extremely decisive action. And in that instance, in what these Twitter accounts are primarily talking about, has undertones of nuclear, and that's sensationalizing it, to be quite honest with you. That's just my opinion, though. All right, I want to move on, though. So that is the biggest story to probably hit today. A lot of questions that surround, the type of drone even. It's really difficult to see which pixel would be indicative of this, but there are some questions as to whether or not it's a Lancet drone. The Lancet drone being one of Russia's most prolific drones that they're using in Ukraine right now. From a flight perspective, the way it detonates, there are those out there that believe that. I don't have enough information on hand to really determine something like that. The explosion itself was relatively weak, almost as though it was intended to be weak, or as though it was underdeveloped, partisan activity. Let's move on, though. I want to talk about, we're jumping right into the footage today. Again, when I restructure the stream, we have kind of a, Ronnie's pick, my pick of videos that we've posted to the app and to the website over typically the last 7 days, but we just talked to you guys last Friday. We're streaming on Wednesday, just out of some flexibility needs for the schedule. But I want to talk a little bit about Crimea. Crimea was also hit on April 29th. We haven't yet had a chance to cover this stuff on the live stream, understanding that it just took place on the 29th. Crimea was hit by a drone, a Ukrainian drone, more specifically Sevastopol. Some pretty amazing footage of that initial strike, that's actually just starting to hit the airwaves now. What we originally received was a lot of footage that showed the black plume of smoke going up in the air. What you're going to see here is video that shows that initial strike on the oil depot in Sevastopol.
If you're just joining us today, ending your workday, 2 cosmonauts are on a spacewalk outside of the International Space Station. Their names are Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin. They're in their second in a series of 3 spacewalks to outfit the Nauka module. Back in April 18th, they moved a radiator over from the Rossviet module over to Nauka.
Again, that's that initial
you can
strike.
See it on the lower right-hand side of your screen.
And I'll show you some aftermath footage here in just a second of what this ultimately turned into. Each of these, if I understand them correctly, are oil tanks.
Airlock over to Nauka as well. Very similar steps to what they did earlier.
I need to update my stream deck or something. It's been pretty delayed lately. Here is one of the sympathetic detonations following that strike.
Confirm air motion. EV1 reports.
Andrei Fedyayev at the controls of the European robotic arm, now moving the experiment airlock. He's going to move it just about a meter away as our spacewalkers monitor.
And then there's quite a bit more footage of those black cloud plumes in the air. I want to just cover one of those. In the stream description, there should be 3 videos that I dropped into the chat for you guys. We'll just cover this one really quick.
Copy.
Coming up now. Thank you. Huge plume of smoke. Those oil tanks down there at the very bottom of the screen. Oil fire, really difficult fire to contain and put down.
Unintelligible.
Beautifully horrifying. Absolutely. We're going to see a couple big strikes, from Russia's perspective as well. We'll be jumping into that in 4 or 5 more videos here. But like I mentioned, in the stream description, there are a series of videos from the original Twitter accounts that I found them, where you guys can go over and even potentially follow those accounts if you'd like to. I want to shift into Bakhmut. Now, this next video isn't necessarily going to be combat footage. That's our bread and butter, and that's what we typically will post to the website. Right.
To give you an idea of what we're looking at today, you can see the European robotic arm that extends from the upper left-hand side of your screen to dead center. It's attached to the experiment airlock. That's that white cylindrical thing that you see right at the center of your screen, amongst some other external hardware of the International Space Station. And just to the left of that experiment airlock, you see one of our spacewalkers closely monitoring the gap that has now been created.
Prigozhin being the head of Wagner.
With the flaps. Okay.
And here it is. Button. I've already pressed the button. Thank you.
The distance is already about 1.5 meters. Copy. Still standing by? Because we can see that the airlock is still too close. Dear, you have the right light on. Yes, I know. Is it a problem to reach the button?
All right, let's bring it up, and I'll summarize for you. So one of the things that I've talked about is how Wagner was needing to, go soldier to soldier rather than organization to organization, or, Wagner to Ministry of Defense. They were having to go small unit to small unit to receive ammunition from, you know, the Russian Ministry of Defense forces that were on the ground. Their relationships that they had established at the tactical levels were positive. Up at the, you know, operational and strategic levels, they were having a lot of challenges
The
receiving
spacewalkers are
ammunition
continuing to monitor the airlock as
supplies
it slowly backs away.
from, you know, Big Russia. What Prigozhin is effectively saying here, and it's a little bit backwards the way he says it, but he effectively says we have days worth of ammo, not weeks. And if this was April 28th, if we don't receive more ammunition, Wagner will be departing from Bakhmut. I just thought that that one was something that's interesting because, of course, you know, for whatever reason, as soon as I noted that, and I remember it was a few weeks ago, probably a couple months ago at this point, it's Groundhog Day over here. When I noted that there was a rift going on between the Russian Ministry of Defense and Wagner, you guys know exactly what happened in the comments. But straight from Prigozhin himself, they are not being supplied appropriately, and he did threaten to pull Wagner from Bakhmut.
Dmitry, what's the approximate distance now?
3 метра.
3 meters. So do you believe that we can proceed with the next activity? Yes. Yes, it's already out enough. Okay. All right, Dima. And you can start translating, Dima. You are going to close the central lock and the flaps and translate towards Dmitry. And we'll start putting together the bundle. Okay, Glisser camera is off. OFF.
It was difficult to see the motion, the ERA, European robotic arm, just slowly inching that experiment airlock away from the Rossviet module. Right now it's currently stopped motion, sitting about 10 feet away from the Rossviet module. The spacewalkers are going to do a couple of closeout tasks at the Rossviet worksite and then proceed over to Nauka.
Okay. I am next to the central lock, ready to start closing it. You are go. Please proceed. On the other side of this airlock relocation, Andrei Fedyaev is going to do very similar steps to what he's doing now. So
At the moment, he just backed away the experiment airlock from the Rossviet module, paused when it was about 10 feet away. You can see the spacewalkers doing some inspection, some closeout tasks at the moment right now. Once he slowly moves that over to the Nauka module, he's going to do the same thing. He's going to get it into the vicinity of the Nauka module and pause. The spacewalkers are going to make their way over to the Nauka module to greet it, and then they're going to assist slowly as Fajayev inches it in to eventually mate it to the Nauka module.
And I guess I should move towards that lever. Yes. Yes, go to the second lever, the farthest. Okay, I secured the lever. And also, I need to secure the lever and the strap, and the lock pin will stay in place, right? Yes. All right.
Prokopiev and Pertelin are working on some closeout tasks at their workstation. They'll remove some unneeded pieces of equipment on the outside of Rossviet, then close some multi-layer insulation flaps. Again, I'm talking about that blanket that protects Rossviet from the harsh environment of space. And finally, they're going to prepare that jettison bundle. Remember, jettison is when you throw an object away from the space station. They're collecting trash items, essentially. They've been collecting them as they go and brought some items from previous spacewalks as well. And they're going to prepare to jettison that at the very end of the spacewalk.
Okay. I secured the tie rod. Okay. Sergey, then you need to secure the lever also. Attach it to the ring because we'll be removing it. You and Dima will be later removing it and putting it into the bag. Okay, copy. Okay. Lever is secured, and we are putting everything away. Okay. Was it easy to detach it? No, not really. I could.
You're looking at the point of view now of Sergei Prokopiev.
Okay, remove the tie rod.
They're working on their first set of closeout tasks over at the Rossviet module, their original work site of the day. Right now they're removing some ties from the airlock.
Let me pull the pin here. Here we go. The round part.
And the European robotic arm is back in motion with the airlock in its hands.
Okay, I release it. That is correct and pull towards you. And towards the trash bag. Okay, I'll get rid of this. And here we are secured. I'm closing the lock. Copy. I removed the linkage. I have the tie rod. I took the linkage into the trash bag.
Принято. Как тогда лучше будем? Сначала сформируем укладку, а потом закроем оставшиеся два клапана? Или сначала закроем клапаны и укладку делаем?
Create our bundle first, you think? That's the next action? Let me see.
Рядом, может быть, я закрою скуп ST, да?
And I'm closer to the MLI.
Давайте тогда закроем два клапана ST около мест, где тяги крепились, а потом уже сформируем укладку.
MLI flap, and then you can generate your bundle here. Yes, I concur.
Они не пришиты. Так что их надо фиксировать.
And here the flaps are not sewed
Так, а мы их просто забираем с собой, да?
over, so they have to be secured. I need to use a wire tie for the flap. Inaudible.
The experiment airlock slowly but surely moving over to the Nauka module from its original home on the Rossviet module. The cosmonauts are on the Rossviet module doing some closeout tasks. They're removing some airlock tie rods, closing multi-layer insulation flaps. That's that protective jacket that protects the hardware from the harsh realities of space. And then they're going to set up their bundle of hardware from this spacewalk and from previous spacewalks as well to prepare to jettison it at the end of the spacewalk.
And I put away the cap.
Или мы сначала вдвоем свяжем, да?
Let's tie these two together first. Okay?
Свяжем.
Tying together.
Проволока тоже есть, да?
Нет. Ну, одной вот этой хватит.
This one will be good.
Поплотней. Сейчас. Ты свой карабин. Сейчас закрыть свой карабин.
Okay, remember your hook here.
Да, снять это. Фиксация есть. Так, вот сейчас там.
As long as we are restrained here.
Сейчас я хотел. Ой-ой.
Stand by a moment.
Полетели. Зайчики.
And here we go.
Артем.
Artyom, go ahead.
Здесь вот эти шарниры на тягах. Они не держатся плотно. Вот один улетел. Такое колечко.
2 hours 36 minutes into today's spacewalk with our cosmonauts Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin. The goal of today is to move that experiment airlock over to the Nauka module, away from its original home on the Rassvet module. You may not be able to tell, but it is moving at the controls of the robotic arm at the center top of your screen. That cylindrical white object that you see there, that is the experiment airlock. Once it's hooked up and installed to the Nauka module, it's in an effort to outfit the Nauka module. It also got a radiator previously in April, and on the third spacewalk that radiator is going to be brought online. Once operational, that experiment airlock is going to be used to get scientific experiments out into the vacuum of space and back. It will not be used for human beings on spacewalks, but it's a good opportunity to get some science outside of the International Space Station without having to do a spacewalk.
Going towards the Earth. Give me a moment.
Mission Control Moscow, both monitoring the actions of Prokopyev and Petelin as they finish their closeout tasks at the Rassvet module, and also speaking with Andrei Fedyaev as he works to get that experiment airlock over to the Nauka module at the hands of the robotic arm.
We had a short LOS. Copy.
Давай подержу или помотаю.
Would you like me to hold it?
Либо еще один.
Or you would like me to twist the wire? I got it.
Два оборота тут не получается его.
2 twists are not enough here.
Давай поищем.
Just there, you heard a number of acronyms being used as the ground communicated to Andrei Fedyaev. MRM-1 is another name for the Rossviet module. That was what the experiment airlock was originally attached to and is now being moved. MRM-2 is Poisk. That is the airlock that our spacewalkers exited out of just almost 3 hours ago. You may also hear them referred to as the MLM, not the MRM, but the MLM, which is the Nauka module.
Да, дает? Он двойной.
Are they connected? Yes, it's a double.
Ну, мы его используем потом.
That's what we will use
Фиксации к основной отладке.
later. Agreed. I'll release here.
Карабин снимаю. Сейчас эту руку убери.
I will disengage the hook here.
Вот здесь подподрезайте. Притягиваю.
I need to fix it here.
The spacewalkers now, we're seeing their point of view from their helmet cameras, are preparing the jettison bundle, and sometimes you can see the the experiment airlock being moved in the background.
It's tangled here. This way somehow it will be.
Готово. Так, они на вид. Снаружись.
This is good. Good bundle.
Так, ну я предлагаю в таком виде оставить.
I propose to leave it this way. It will make it
У нас через
easier to
3,5 минуты начнется ступень.
In 3.5
Вам
minutes
после вскрывания этих фактов надо отдохнуть?
will be in insulation. And do you think you will need to rest?
Мы потихонечку можем начать передвигаться в сторону СТУ.
Well, actually, we can
Тогда,
proceed
если вы готовы,
slowly.
то можно начать перемещение. Можно заранее светильники включить.
Well, if you want, then yes, and you can turn on your lights.
У нас даже с выключенным светильником все равно открываются периодически камеры, так что в целом, наверное, можно оставить их быть включенными на следующих следующих.
And leave them on as you translate towards the translation ring.
Ну, в принципе, я готов.
I'm ready to translate.
Хорошо.
Good. But stand by for now. Let me orient myself.
Предлагаю пойти тогда по той же трассе через.
The spacewalkers have indicated that they're ready for their next step in their timeline. Their tasks that they've been working on, they removed airlock tie rods, closed out some insulation flaps, and set up their bundle. That was that orange lump they're holding in their hands. That was the bundle that they're going to jettison away from the International Space Station at the end of their spacewalk. They prepared all of the items that they want so far for that. I think they're going to add some more as we go along as well. With those tasks closed out, they can begin to move over using the Strela boom over to the Nauka module.
Еще просьба, наверное, можно заснять на глиссер 2 минуты, пока еще тени нет.
Also, could you do a couple of minutes
без
of
ШК, с закрытыми клапанами.
blister video, the MLI flaps, and so on? Of course.
Спасибо.
Always happy to be the movie director. You can see the experiment airlock on your screen now at the hands of the robotic arm, getting slightly closer to the module. Meanwhile, the spacecraft are wrapping up their activities at the Rossviet module, where the experiment airlock was.
and are going to start moving over to meet that experience.
Так, хорошо. Это
Okay, I'm taking care of the receiving plate here.
я иду к тебе, девушка.
I'm translating towards you. Yes.
Так, что-то немножко не туда, ну ладно.
Okay. I think I need to correct the direction here a little bit and twist it the other way.
You can see our spacewalkers in motion now to the center left of your screen. They're going to meet the experiment airlock before its arrival.
Are you there yet? No, not yet. I am moving. It's difficult to see, but in the lower left of your screen, you can see two spacewalkers, both in white spacesuits. One of them has blue stripes, that's Dmitry Petelin, and the one in the red stripes is Sergei Prokopyev. Right now, they've wrapped up their tasks at the Rossviet module and are now using the Straya 1 broom to get back to Naoka, where the experiment airlock will meet them.
Принято, по готовности по вашей, можно начинать движение.
Copy, and on your go, you can begin.
Все, готово. ЛКД.
Okay.
3 часа.
We are ready.
Мы идем по плану.
So we're working for the plan.
Принято.
Copy.
Секунды. Давай, спешим.
Hang on a second here. Okay. Okay. Go on ahead. Watch for the antenna. Yes. I see it. Let me take care of this.
Our spacewalkers are now out of view behind those solar panels. Just to the left of the solar panels is a skinny pole. That is the Straya boom that they're using to translate or move over to their next work site.
Where are you tethering? The handrail? Yes, you can use the handrail. Unintelligible.
К первой стреле пойдем по короткой дуге, да?
On Strela 1, we're going to go on the shorter curve.
They're moving on to their next work site right now, but just before, they completed a number of tasks at the Rossviet module as the airlock backed away. They closed out some multi-layer insulation over where the launch lock locations were. They also prepared a jettison bundle, getting some unused items that they don't want anymore to, at the end of the spacewalk, get rid of. And right now they're working on making their way over to the Nauka module.
Go on top.
И на первой стреле мы оставляем укладку для отдалки.
And on Strela 1,
I have two fascinating guests with me today. It was an idea of mine and Indigo Angels to put this meeting together. Who I have with me are two of the top leading researchers in, like, metaphysics, alchemy, consciousness, our current timeline. And my co-host today is going to be Indigo Angel. You guys have seen her on my show before many times. I really believe she's bringing forward some of the best information. And my main guest is going to be Laura Magdalene Eisenhower, the great-granddaughter of President Dwight David Eisenhower. She's a global alchemist, researcher, medical, and intuitive astrologist. She's an internationally acclaimed speaker who's presented her work worldwide. She provides exopolitical information about President Eisenhower's administration that has been largely held in secrecy. She is considered by many as one of North America's leading research and experts in health, exopolitics, alchemy, metaphysics, astrology, and galactic history. Laura works to free us from the 3D holographic time loop, false archonic systems, and military-industrial complex, exposes hidden agendas so we can take our power back. Feeling a calling regarding her mission since she was a child, she has gained incredible insight through her wilderness adventures, psychic development, and she's been connecting major dots to how to guide us to the earth energy. She has a deep understanding of the Gaia Sophia and our divine blueprint, Christ Sophia, and how they connect with Venus transits, earth grids, global alchemy, DNA, and ET races. Her passion is to inspire unity consciousness and bring us back to the 0 point unified field and the totality of our divine powers. And I want to give them both a big warm welcome to the show. Indy, Laura, thank you for coming on my show. How are you?
Great. Good to be here. Thanks for having me. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. This is great. I'm really happy that you were able to put this together. I'm so excited to be here with Laura. I really feel like you're a living legend in the higher consciousness community. So it's really good to meet your acquaintance and get to talk to you today.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. It's really great to meet you and talk to you both. Gosh.
Yeah. So Laura, you were on my show before. I think we kind of got into like President Eisenhower's administration and kind of what happened with the Greada Treaty. But like, I was wondering, do you want to like kind of rehash that for people that might not know, like what kind of what really happened, like what treaties were made with ETs and like where they're, maybe if you have any information on where they're at currently. I mean, I know it's kind of probably up for speculation because we don't really know if there's treaties with ETs, but kind of like what you hear through the grapevine or anything like that.
Yeah, I've learned so much, and a lot of stuff has come through recently, a lot of new information. And basically there was some of this though could get us banned, so I want to be careful with your channel.
Yeah.
But should I just share? Are you comfortable with me just saying whatever?
Well, I mean, if you could try to use codes, that's cool.
Yeah,
But I mean, like,
yeah. Okay, so something happened in 1952 under Truman's administration, which was basically the major surrender agreement that took place, and this was after Project Paperclip. So things that happened, events that happened after the Second World War, and all that we kind of hear about, it's a very confusing period, right? You hear about first contact with the Nordics in Eisenhower's administration and the Greada Treaty with the Greys in 1954, but in actual fact, Eisenhower had a relationship with Val Thor, and Val Thor, from what I've heard, and why I say this confidently, is it's coming from numerous sources. One particularly, I just want to mention, his name is Dan Cooper. He's the senior advisor to the Earth Alliance. And when I met him, I mean, I don't want to go into the story, but I mean, we've been back and forth for like 2 years. He'll answer any question. He's not looking for, anything from it. I've even offered, like, do you want me to donate for your time? This is awfully kind. He's like, nope, the Guardians won't let me. I need to give you this information out of communities, and he's given me all the information about his background and why he knows the information he does. And he says he's the senior advisor to the Earth Alliance. So he says that Eisenhower had a connection with Val Thor, and actually Val Thor warned Eisenhower and that administration about the Nordics and the Greys, right? Some of the narratives being spinned that we hear are that the Nordics warned Eisenhower about the Greys. And natural fact, Val Thor, who kind of went rogue, because there was non-intervention agreements between a lot of ET groups and the Nazi Draco Alliance, that there wouldn't be like interference. The Nordics were actually in alliance with, the Nazis, and there's a lot of information about that. So the whole deal of Val Thor's project, he kind of went rogue and assisted Eisenhower in understanding what was actually going on. So a lot of cover stories and false narratives have been steered that have said that Eisenhower signed a treaty, right? But in actual fact, MJ-12 did it behind his back. There was an unconditional surrender agreement that took place in 1952, and after Project Paperclip and just the failed mission of Admiral Byrd in Antarctica and all the infiltration that came with these projects and all the projects of MK Ultra type things and things like geoengineering and just multiple things that I can the shadow governments have their hands on alien technology, and they blamed Eisenhower for it. And so when he was in contact with Val Thor, and before that, he started to establish things in secrecy to counteract it, like the Earth Alliance, the White Hats, and the USMC special section called Ike's Force. And this was all sort of the positive military, which did missions like invading Dulce underground base, not the one that Phil Schneider talks about, the Dulce Wars that came later. This was a different attack on an underground base. And there have been numerous attempts to take out the Greys connected to the USMC special section that Randy Kramer was a part of. So it's right, and being in this family and being recruited to go off planet and seeing layer upon layer and thinking oh, okay, I think this is it. It's like, oh no, it's not it. There's more. Intuitively I felt, okay, there's more. And then the synchronicities just line up. And even Lisa Renee, energeticsynthesis.com, talked about in Roosevelt's administration, Crowley, Hitler, and Churchill. The deals with the Greys. By the time Eisenhower came into office, it was just wow. He warned us in the final, but he put a lot in place to kind of safeguard what we're up against in the here and now, which is war on consciousness, which we're seeing. And in his speech, he did say knowledgeable and alert citizenry is really what is required, because they shut down even Balthor being able to help us. It's really up to us to awaken and like really see where we're being duped and manipulated. So I'll kind of leave it at that. I know that was a big start. I hope that's all good.
It's got my wheels spinning just a little bit, I'll be honest. Some of the things you just touched on, Lisa Renee, I've looked into is the yellow book or the yellow cube technology. Like, I guess this was, yeah. Well, it's called a yellow cube, and I guess it was, yeah, looking glass technology that could see into the future through the grays that was somehow installed potentially in the Capitol building. This is where they keep it, is behind these particular types of reflection pools. But that it came in during Eisenhower's administration. So it's just interesting that you're saying there's all this like undercover manipulation that was going on leading up to all of this. I don't know if you've heard of the yellow cube technology or have heard anything about it.
The looking glass technology I heard about in 2006 when they recruited me to go out to Canada. That technology was actually brought up in the emails before I was researching the stuff or before I heard this from whistleblowers or people that actually talk about it. When I started listening to like Project Camelot and I realized, oh my gosh, people are talking about these kind of things. That's when I started to go public. And they use looking glass technologies to actually target me in a past life, and that's how they set me up with a partner to try and take us to Mars. And I was pre-targeted before birth. That's the technology that they utilize. So, yeah, yellow cube is also Orion's cube, and so yeah, Lisa and I have a lot of conversation about this kind of stuff. But there's a lot that Dan Cooper has brought clarity to me on about these sort of things that has opened up a lot too. So I'm like all about connecting the dots, right? And having an open mind and not having a fixed belief, because there are so many layers. There's so much info. There's so much, trickery to make it really, really difficult for us to really have like the full disclosure of like what really happened. And the reason it's important is because we want to understand, where we're heading, and when we think about the time of disclosure, we want to make sure that we're getting the truth. So the false narratives that are being steered are pretty dangerous, because when we look where they might end up answering to different tactics to kind of rewrite history and
I'm just going to say that brings me up to something that's like kind of coming on today. I think we all like really typically know about this. Like, I've had a lot of guests come on my show recently talk about the great deception. Like, I'm not calling anybody out or anything. I'm not saying anybody's doing it. Like, it's in our community. I'm just saying like it exists, and like I know like Andy's not afraid to cover. She touches on some like really cutting edge topics, and I know you do too. So I'll ask both of you, like, what do you think about like a lot of the people that are coming out and saying that we're facing like a new age deception, and maybe like the ETs that are in our consciousness aren't maybe the best for us, that maybe we're up against like it with some maybe really some evil ETs. Does that make any sense or no?
Yeah, it's on. You want to go?
Yeah, I was just processing that with how I wanted to respond. I think there is a ton of it in the community, to be honest with you. I think it all goes back to the original fall of Atlantis. It goes back to the distortions of And that, because even when Laura was just talking, I was tying in the forest breeder programs even to some of the stuff that she was saying. I could almost see in your past lives that you were a part of the forest breeder programs. No?
I wouldn't. I've done so much past life work, and but keep going.
Okay. There was a reason why I wanted to touch on that for some reason. I felt the energy coming in. But it is almost as if everything is tied to everything, right? Everything's connected. But yeah, I think there are particular groups that are definitely promoting particular agendas. I think there are fine lines of intersection that people can't see. There's a lot of technology that can link into our brainwaves, artificial intelligence being one of those things. And so the manipulation of the minefields is, I mean,
location. Why don't you continue translating? You will translate around the Yakut foot
but yeah, I haven't been too sadly fond of groups like the Battle Federation, or I have been too fond of groups that, you know, promote things like artificial intelligence. Like I personally feel that the entire medbed thing that was going on, there was a lot of deception within that. And I think people say things that want to be spiritual leaders, that want to be these gurus, that want to speak out and have these followings and maintain this particular type of hope based on a particular narrative that's, you know, a popular narrative, but they don't want to like really express the truth and the true nature of quantum physics and just like, you know, how things actually work. Like the whole 3D to 5D ascension timeline, it's kind of like, you know, like in 5D you're fully ascended, 3D, you know, you're not, but really it's negating the totality of our multidimensionality and the truth about our universal laws of polarity and all these things. So it's like there's just sets of distortions within each one of these layers of reality fields that exist. And it's just kind of like where you're encapsulated within it, like where you're essentially aligning vibrational to that. And maybe that's serving your evolution in some way, like to be within a certain framework of understanding. But as you keep going up in your capacity to understand more, you realize that there's more traps, more snares, more tampering, more deception at these higher levels and layers. And that the whole galactic framework of everything is just, it's another drama that ensues. It's another warfare.
Yeah, I don't know if you wanted to say something before I speak to that, or if you wanted to...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, this sort of imposter energy. It's just like everywhere, and any kind of deception or artificiality is just us externalizing everything. There's something outside of us that we are contending with that is here to save us, is here to give us a solution, here to give us a technology. We are the most advanced technology. Override frequency. All these dark technologies are based in mutation. They're based in harvesting and siphoning. They're based in putting out a frequency.
I need to go for a bike ride, electric, electrogravito-magnetic bike ride. Electrogravito-magnetic bike ride.
Intuition. It's direct connect with source energy, and we know our galactic memories were wiped out a long time ago, and that our junk DNA is
What's going on, man?
So as we move through the universities and these gatekeepers, it's an opportunity to rescue and reveal the fullness of all that we are. But people tend to have a fear response and keep externalizing things. That's why they keep getting trapped and snarled in the false solutions that come through the New Age deceptions. Certain maybe ET groups that are going to come in, and here it's like a problem reaction solution. There's holographic technology that can like make a very dark Draco look like a benevolent light being, and people are channeling things that they don't necessarily know where it's coming from. And it sounds all wonderful, right? It kind of seduces you in. It's sort of like when you meet the narcissist, they're charming at first, and you're just like hooked. And then next thing you know, wow, you're disempowered, and deceptive, and then how do you get out of it, right? So I agree with you. I mean, it's part of one's soul evolution journey to face all these things. Maybe you have to live with it for a while, a few lifetimes. God only knows how long, like being maybe enslaved or experiencing it to then overcome it to show the way out for others. I mean, there's all sorts of reasons and scenarios and callings, and just also, you know, hijacks and capturing, kidnappings, and but we all kind of like face it, and that's part of that dark night of the soul, moving through all these layers, deprogramming, detoxing, going through this transformational cycle, and finding your truth frequency and activating, removing the seals, because you've gone through that gatekeeper that is like wanting to trick you. You know, it'll trick you with either fear and like that's all indoctrination. I don't care where it's coming from.
Yeah, that sounds fucking
maybe
good, man. Yeah.
Guidance, but we know children are guiding us. They're our teachers, and they've got extraordinary things to share.
I want that to be called
authority, control, and no matter what forms it shows up in, we have to like be very discerning and look at it and ask us, does it really, serve me, my health, my well-being, my ability to regenerate, my ability to heal? It's like we have it all within us to learn and understand. So the lower Saturn would be tyranny and control. The higher octaves is self-mastery, overcoming these obstacles and recognizing that it'll push us to the edge so that we can just like remember, okay, if we're facing nothing but deception, are we victims? No, it means that we need to turn the attention on all that we have left, which is ourselves to fall back on. Mother Earth, Creator, and multidimensional cosmos, and true source energy. Everything else we need to cut the cords and sort of unplug ourselves from, and take what resonates, take the good parts of it, but leave the rest behind, right? If you got indoctrinated in the school systems, you don't have to throw away that education you got just because, you find out that you got duped. You don't need to compromise yourself and stay in that job just for that paycheck. Use those skills, redirect it, and utilize them on your own terms as a sovereign being. And it's just really about checking yourself, just like we do in our micro world when we're in friendships or relationships, or even with our own family members. What is toxic? What is controlling? What is abusive? What is keeping me from being able to be all that I am? And so all these diagnoses, all these pharmaceuticals, all these projections have really done a number on people's self-esteem, that they're raised into believing are like their identities, like, oh, I've got this. And it's like, we got to turn it all around. There's a lot to heal.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you want to retort?
Well, I think that's one of the reasons why I developed some of the sessions that I've developed with the Laura, I did a session that I did to remove the forest breeder implants, which has a lot to do with like the female wounding from the original core world wounding of Lemuria and Kauai, Hawaii, which was like 22,000 years ago, which is when this original matriarchal, conquering basically happened and took place, where all of the women were displaced to Nibiru and to Mars, and were required to force breed. So we did a session just removing a lot of the wounding implants, like seeing them in etheric forms, like in the actual womb, like seeing fleur-de-lis implants, seeing all these particular things that just continue to plague the body. Because it's like, yeah, we do all this work. We do all this like redirecting things back to self, but then you realize there's other holographic like implants and architecture in the spirit body or in the light body that can be released. And one thing that really came up is because I'm kind of designing the masculine counterpart to this session, and realizing the King of Tyranny implant, like that's an actual implant in the masculine field or the masculine templating. And it's so funny because it's coming up with the coronation of King Charles, I think on May 6th. And I'm like, wow, King of Tyranny implant. Like if they're not reinserting or recycling that implant to run collectively, it's almost as if those implants are running through grid systems in the ley lines similarly to crucifixion wounding, all of that. But there's these deeper layers that then impede upon, really, it's the crown chakra of the masculine templating, but it's also the root. And so it has a lot to do with like their sexuality as well, like finding a lot of these implants like in the prostate, in the semen, in the testicles, even like hedonistic implants. All of these type things like pornography implants that just
imagery programs, all of it. Yep. And then it's absolutely like all connected. And so when those things are installed, like those implants or these, seals or frequency fences, some of the seals were put for protection, but the actual fences or implants, we run into it in outer life, right? We see the
better to make pornographies than to watch pornography.
Dismantle the weaponry. How do we interface with it when it actually shows up? When that frequency actually shows up in physical form? The false king of tyranny archetype, for example, like you just said.
Better to make
sexual
pornography.
Programs. Any kind of
if you're just joining
energetic signature that is in that implant that is going to like mess with the mind and how it thinks and how it operates. It's like a mind virus, right? So our consciousness is so much more powerful. So in those moments that one is confronting,
very similar steps to
that's where the siphoning and harvesting is, because this is a parasitic system. AI is
both the
a parasitic system that needs to siphon and harvest our energies for it to even operate on an artificial level. Where does it get its energy from?
What the hell?
Yeah. We call that energy back to ourselves and just planetary grid network and the way it's supposed to operate by doing the inner work within ourselves. That is how we dismantle this dark weaponry. We have to have the consciousness to override it by checking in with the higher mind and our freedom of thought and our ability to question and feel when something. And just, and it's a lot to unpack, like you said. Working on this. So I didn't mean to, like when you said in the beginning, like, that I might have been a part of that. I'm sure I was, and I didn't mean I was just like, oh, don't worry about going through reading because God only knows. But yeah, it's like so conscious and so awesome to hear somebody that is so aware of
why do I hear some other weird shit?
The ethereal implants, especially Fall of Atlantis, we're talking about the Lemurian Holocaust. Also, was in the base of our skull to keep the 8th and 9th chakra, the infinity spiral, from being able to circulate, so that there'd be major spiritual warfare and attack the minute we start to cross that barrier of the net into our galactic consciousness and remembrance, which activates our dormant DNA, which is everything that they're frightened of. So all the psyops, all these different attempts is
I keep hearing the fucking
keep
iPhone
us looping. Leaping over it, we feel defeated, we feel exhausted, we get snarled back in, and that's the spiritual warfare. A lot of people are like, yeah, I've been attacked,
I need to unplug my damn internet while I
that's
export.
a part of like an obstacle that you have to breathe through and overcome, because once you overcome that, then you're pretty much untouchable. It's like beating a video game, right? Every level that you get to is harder.
Yeah.
And then eventually you can beat the game. And once you beat the game, you don't have to go back into the game. You're done. So once you like all the matrix programs and you become the override frequency, you literally become an activator for others. And that's, go ahead.
I was going to say, how do these implants get installed? Like, is this like secret space program technology, and is this like the inevitable like for like whoosh harvesting, or like what do you think about that?
I think there's a lot of mechanisms. I think even through food and injections and abduction but go ahead, Indigo.
I agree. Definitely food was one loop cycles, collective loop cycles of particular wounding to replace, such as holidays. Like holidays, we celebrate these particular holidays like Easter and things like this. This reactivates crucifixion.
Right. It's all the inversions.
Yeah.
All the inversions. Absolutely. Yeah. And like Nephilim reversal grid and just, you know, the ley lines connected to like, you know, the Cathar and Albion body, the integration.
Yeah. Stonehenge probably was an accelerator.
Stonehenge is like where the Sons of Belial and the 11th Stargate, all that energy, you know, and the Wormwood and Nibiru, and all that is like linked to this sort of Anunnaki, you know, invasion, that the rebellion of their genetics being healed. They, you know, wanted to remain like 10-strand DNA. They changed the tree of life to 10 spheres. It's supposed to be 12. And you can even see it in the manipulation of different sacred geometries, and the dodecahedron, you know, in reversal, which is the ether, is very much the symbology of the inverted pentagram, you know, so that the elementals get contaminated is the result, really. But I could go on with that, but yeah, absolutely, like just all these different areas and like you said, how they can kind of like reinstall something and reboot something that you think might have been cleared. That's why we have to be so diligent with like constantly doing energy work, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm doing J cell removals on myself like monthly. You know, I just think it's such a powerful clearing in terms of enslavement wounding that can come back in.
Jelly beans reminds me of Grandma's house.
And just kind of, you know, make you feel the loss of your connection to the abundance and self-worth and all of that. So yeah, I think J cell removal is a really important clearing to do. But yeah, it's pretty intense, isn't it? There's so much with this. One of the things that I was seeing with the masculine body was the dawn of time emotional seal, that this is connected into the heart, like it's an implant in the heart, but also goes into the ears, and it runs in the ears. So that way there's like a blocking technology that doesn't allow emotional tonal resonance. They can't hear it. And then also it places veils behind the eyes, actually. So it's altering the way that they're seeing emotional connection and things like this. And that this all is corded to the obelisk system. It's all corded to the obelisk network in the world. So where they're over-sexualizing, patriarchy, domination, and control, where all that's taking place through Vesica Pisces alteration, basically blocking that geometry. Yeah. Which I think ultimately is the Metatronic implant, right? That's what is blocking the flower of life, the true natural, you know, spiraling flower of life, and creating a rigid structure, I think, is by placing that implant into the seed of life. Wow. This implant goes back to the seed of life. This goes back pretty far.
So here's a basic question. Do we have these? Do you guys know? Do we have these since birth? Or I mean, like, I guess where you kind of answered that, you said we get them through abductions, food. But I mean, like, when did we start noticing? I mean, like, that we have them. Like, I'm not real experienced in this stuff, so like, I'm just trying to think of basic questions people would have, like, and then like, how do we go about getting them removed? Like,
I think some people have them and they're fine about having them. I used to go to Joan Ocean's retreats in Hawaii, but she had it removed, but it was actually an implant that she felt was having benevolent contact with. You know, and Elena talks about an implant that was put in her brain, and it was from the Greys, but then it got upgraded by the Pleiadians. But, you know, at the same time, you know, can that get hacked, right? So we have to just always be very discerning of what kind of information comes in with anybody that's working with implants. If you know, some people just notice it, you know, if they've had adoption experiences. I've like dealt with a lot of clients that'll be like, you know, a certain part of their body, they'll feel like a chip, or they'll feel something in their body. You know, and the implants, though, they really require that your neurology, your belief systems, your energy centers, and what that implant is attempting to do is literally like, it'll start to like create tentacles and like really begin to overtake the body. Like because it like links into your biology, like you form like a relationship to it. And the more you're unconscious to it and you're in agreement to what it is sort of dictating or controlling in your mind, you know, the more it grows and the more it like spreads. is from what I, come to understand. And, the minute like you notice it is when you can begin to dismantle it, because I feel like in a spiritualized body, it recognizes something that's foreign. When your thoughts are free, when it's coming from your divine mind, when it's coming from your higher mind, when it's coming from truth, that involves going into these transformative death, rebirth, dark night of the soul experiences to just be able to look at all this. It doesn't have anything to feed on anymore, because it really is like a parasite or an entity attachment. We have to look at it like it's a technological parasite that requires our it requires us to like be enabling it or an agreement to it, like that we can like command to be turned off, and we can invoke it to be like switched off and terminated with our consciousness. So noticing it is to like me, and once a person is centered enough and lives their truth enough by going nature and like eating good food, making sure you're detoxing, making sure you speak your truth when you need to speak it, and you're not worried about what other people think. Your self-esteem is not defined by the inverted matrix and the reward system of society and all the different things that have been thrown at us about what it means to be smart, successful, beautiful, this or that. When we can cut ourselves from all of it and we can really just be soul-centered, we will be able to tell if something isn't ours, it's not our thought. Then we might like realize, okay, there's something in me that's been installed that is not my truth, and recognizing it is the first like step. Now, folks like John Lear were able to remove implants from those that have been abducted. He's not around anymore. Some people, get them removed. It's good to get them surgically removed, but I think you can just switch them off with the power of your consciousness.
I got a question to follow up with that. When I had Daryl Sims on my show, I'm sure you remember Daryl. He told me that from their search into like the alien implants, that they were they thought that the aliens were using the implants to control our like serotonin, dopamine, which that means like if they control your emotions, that means
that's why they do trigger
like
events.
Well,
that's what the psyops are, and they use social media to create trigger events so that this divide and conquer, just like people like gravitating towards movements, or just just the transgenderism, or just here are my pronouns. It's just like it's all based in trauma, wounds, and all that patterning that they're utilizing and leveraging with the psyops to then mess with like just our moods, right? Because we're operating in this false sense of identity of the causes we're fighting for that we should never had to be fighting for, because these are programs that we just need to dismantle and know that we all love each other. There's no race wars. There's no gender confusion. We are like masculine and feminine that we're integrating within ourselves. We can embrace both without it having to be confusing to the point where we allow our kids to get surgery before they're teenager. It's just like the inversions are insane. I know Indigo probably has a lot to share, so I'll shut up. But you know what I mean? It's like
you're a teenager.
It's so embedded in our culture and what comes through the TV and our devices, like she said, holding up her phone. It's like we are surrounded by it. So once we can shut it off and like move out of the addiction matrix, because people get like addicted to it. And what they're really missing is the mother, because the mother reversals and the loss of the mother and the nurturing unconditional love of the mother, and being, really connected to the cycles of nature, knowing that our DNA is earth, air, fire, water, ether, the mitochondrial DNA that we're healing that's been damaged, the ether that is being corrected with the Venus transits, with the pentagram pointing upright to purify our nucleic acids. This is the Great Awakening, and all these alignments on a planetary level, they keep creating psyops and targeting. And then the implants and the weaponry and the 5G and the phones and things that we've been breathing and chemtrails and all of that are all linked into this lower mind that it can only infiltrate if we're in the lower consciousness of divide and conquer, negative ego, and victim, savior patterning, and all that kind of crap. So we have to just evolve beyond that and like love it unconditionally, move through it, find our laughter, see the insanity of it all, divorce it like it's a bad, abusive partner, and know that you're worth way more than that. And it'll be unbelievable to see how this weaponry just falls away. Look at people like Kathy O'Brien, people that have really survived the MK Ultra and like some of the most severe abuses. So I don't want to overly talk there because I know Indigo has a lot to share on this, but
Yeah. Well, I was following you the whole time. You have so much good stuff to say, and
oh my God, you do too. I'm just like, you just so fluid and articulate. It's like so awesome. So anyway,
yeah, no, I knew I needed to get together with you sometime and have a conversation, because a lot of people have honestly told me, they're like, you need to talk to Laura Eisenhower, and I know, yeah, I just resonate with a lot of the stuff you say. And also, I think the stuff we've similarly studied, probably a lot of the same things. I've studied a lot of Asha and Nadine, as well as Lisa Renee, and a lot of other things too. But yeah, I'm kind of at this level. I don't really subscribe to free will. I think free will is kind of an illusion. I like to call it divine will. And when you command from a place of divine will, when it comes to removing implants, I think that's when you're commanding with like your full spiritual knowing.
I just can't believe you just said that, though, because that was just like ringing in my ears, because I absolutely agree. Keep going, though. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely, I think free will it might itself even be some sort of artificial mind control as well. But yeah, in terms of, if I do implant removal, I focus on it a lot. I think the biggest thing with it is to be able to identify it, to be able to see where it is inside you, inside the body, as you go through more deprogramming of your untruths. And I do removal just simply by a lot of breath work. I think breath work, with directing the breath and the consciousness to the place in the body that it's built up energetically, and just commanding the release, that it can be really just that simple, and then allowing, and then just knowing that you're releasing that. And if it resurfaces again, well, then keep working on that part of your body.
Pulling lead, right?
Yeah, basically. It's just about getting your body more sovereign, your spirit body, your emotional body, your energy body, your physical body, getting it sovereign, getting it free, getting it lighter. So that way you can accelerate and achieve more on the higher timelines. And, but I do think it's about knowing that history. Like you just talked about the loss of the mother. Like this takes me back to Kauai, Hawaii. Like Kauai, Hawaii was where that matriarchal devastation took place. So in terms of grid work, I'm even thinking I need to go to Hawaii. Like I just did a video on Hawaii, and how magical it is, how there's nowhere else in the world like Hawaii. It's in the center of the Pacific. It's literally its own chakra system. There's 7 islands, and each one is, encoded to a chakra. It's the inner earth core access, and it's where the Lemurian Ioni massacre went down. It happened on those lands. So I think it's about restoring ourselves from the original core world wounds. And for feminines and masculines, that happened there in terms of the ascended master lines of that time. That's where, so I mean, there has to be trauma seed codes still in that land that need to be restored, that need to be released in terms of the grid worker perspective. That's what I was just thinking coming into this. Like, oh my gosh, it hit me like a ton of bricks before coming into this show, was how important that would be to restore that. And I think, again, for some of these implants, we have to retrieve our Akashic records. We have to retrieve our Akashic history, our Akashic timelines, our past lives, like how we were involved, what we were a part of and not a part of, and what is our truth within this, to know which implants you hold. I mean, in terms of the forced breeder programs, I mean, I personally was holding the 12 stars of Mary's crown. I was holding, the fleur-de-lis implant, and a lot of these other things that came down through these Isis lines and the Mary Magdalene lines, that the women, the Irish lines, the West African, Atlantic, galactic slave trade, those West African lines, like these are some of the most detrimented and degraded lineages in terms of the forced